Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. We are back for Season 2 of RPGs Uncovered, this time featuring Heroic Chord. And I am super excited to get started with that. How's everybody doing today? I see we got a lot of new people in the chat. I just got flooded with a whole bunch of lovely ring-a-lings in my earphones with people subscribing, or following, or whatever the metric is here. So thank you. Welcome to the channel. It is my aim with this show that we explore some new indie games and teach you how to play, because it's a perfect time right now to get into some new games. Okay, so let's see. It has been a while since I've done this, so apologies if I'm a little still getting into it. But yes, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the People's Ascension. We do a lot of cool stuff. This is season 2 of RPGs Uncovered. We did season 1 back in November, December. It was a great time. We explored Veil of the Void Reforged. That was an incredible science fantasy TTRPG made by a great person. If you haven't seen that, I do suggest you go back and watch it. It has nothing to do with what we're doing this season, but it's a great game, great creator, great cast of players, and if you like science fantasy, just a fantastic game to get into. So when you're not watching this, you can go back and check out the last season, because it was a ton of fun. The demo play was incredible. Sets the bar real high. I'm gonna be challenging to top that, but I'm certainly gonna try. And this game definitely definitely gives me the tools to do it, so I am looking forward to that. More on that later. Okay, so if you find that you like what we're doing here, if you find it useful, that I'm showcasing new games, teaching you how to play, trying to get everybody into newer systems quickly and easily, there's a few things you can do to help out. And first of all is just telling people, spreading it word of mouth. It's simple, it's free. You don't need to do much of anything. Just if a game comes up that you like, if you like the amazing cast we have here, all fantastic players, fantastic people that I'm looking forward to playing this game with, just go out on the social medias, tell your friends, tell whoever, drop some links and have people stop by. Uh, we we do have a Twitter that is actually up on the overlay. You can see where you can find myself as well as these three amazing people. And the People's Ascension also has a Discord, which you can find down in the About section here on Twitch. So that's free to join up. Just follow the link, join in. We have a great community of creators and TTRPG enthusiasts. There are a lot of great creators on there, a lot of great games on there, and a lot of great new games that are still in development and still in crowdfunding. So if you're looking for something new to play, the Discord is a great place to drop in, say hello, talk about what games you'd be interested in, and find something to play. And since we're starting up a new series, we're going to have new content coming to the Patreon and Ko-Fi. So if you want to support us, that's the best way to go about doing it. We have after shows that we run at the end of every episode, at least for the demo plays, so they will be up on there. The big draw to that is the bite-sized tutorial videos, which will be up for free. They don't require any sort of subscription or donation or anything. They're just up there for free. So when I drop those, each specific video, 3 to 5 minutes, somewhere around there, detailing the basics of the games, basics of different rules to get you into it. Again, going back to season 1 and seeing those little bite-sized tutorials is a great example of what that's going to be about. But they're going to be free on Patreon and Ko-Fi. You can also find them on YouTube, where they're originally uploaded and hosted and whatnot. But the draw to Patreon and Ko-Fi is you get the reference sheets. Written reference sheets. You can print those out. You can save them, download them, whatever you want to do, and just have little cheat sheets and reference guides to have with you while you play the game. There's also a number of different rewards on there. You can go check that out, and it's just the best way to support the show. The more support we get, the more I can support other people. Any support we get to this show goes right back into the community, buying new game systems, improving the quality of the stream, getting artwork, getting music, getting maps, that sort of thing. But with that, I think that's my whole spiel. Let's get on with the show and introduce you to these lovely people. So let me start out with Kat here, the creator of the game. Uh, Kat, hello and welcome.
Hi. Hi, I am thrilled to be here. This is going to be
All
so much
right.
fun. I'm
Uh,
absolutely full of energy. This is going to be
I'm going to be
a
asking you
lot
about
to
all the other things you've been doing in just a minute, but do you have anything you'd like to plug while we're here? While you got the spotlight?
I very much do. The most important thing I'm doing right now, the most important thing I do in general, is right now the bundle Solo But Not Alone is live. It is 101 single player TTRPGs for a $10 donation to Jasper's Game Day, a suicide prevention organization that works in the TTRPG space to reduce stigma, raise awareness of supports, and fund education. So I'm gonna, if it's okay
Drop
with
the
you, I would
links.
like very
Drop it.
much to drop a
No,
link in
that is
chat.
awesome. Go check that out.
The channel, yeah, Nightbot timed me out.
Nightbot. I need to just get rid of Nightbot. Nightbot's a jerk. He's always messing with people.
Yeah, you can also go to itch.io and search Solo But Not Alone too. And there's games from around the world in there, from masters of the genre. There's people's very first solo games in there. There's also a spreadsheet to help you navigate 101 of them.
Great
Like,
collection, great calls,
just
great person who put it
yes.
together. Go check it out.
Ah, heck.
And you know what? Let me just go ahead, since we have a real live living human being moderator with us. Thank you, Taylor, for being around for this. I'm just gonna go ahead and turn off Nightbot because Nightbot's just a jerk. Um, if I can manage to figure out how to do that. Awesome. I see
Oh,
Taylor
thank you so
posted
much.
that. Yeah, so feel free to drop your links, and if Nightbot's being a jerk, Taylor here will repost those because everybody can see. Awesome. Yeah, you can also go find more information about the game we're about to look at over on their website here. Nightbot knows better than to mess with me.
Yay.
Um, yeah, so you can find more information about the game we're about to look at. You can pick up a playtest package, go buy the whole version, see a lot of really great stuff. They also Cat here also makes other games. Blazing Him looks absolutely amazing. So that is another game that you should check out.
Oh.
And of course, there's the Sort of Symphonies podcast, which is just so much fun to listen to.
Oh, I'm so glad you enjoy it. It's our official Heroic Chord playtest campaign. My good friends are the best playtesters I could ask for.
Mm-hmm.
I love them to bits. So,
all right. Well, we'll be talking with Kat here for quite a while during the stream, so let's move on and say hello to Pat. Hello. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I'm Patrick, Badger the Cynic. I answer to a lot of things, obviously. I don't have anything I'm actively working on right now, but I am planning to get into streaming some of my own games going forward, and as well as, possibly doing some video game streaming, things like that. As of right now, though, I'm pretty much just involved in this project, which is really exciting for me. This is my Twitch debut, so
I'm glad I could facilitate that. That's very exciting. Awesome. Yeah, and finally we have Donna here. Thanks for joining us. Tell us about yourself.
Thank Thank you for having me. Hi guys, my name is Donna. You can find me on Twitter at Shabro, XIABRO, as it is on the overlay. I'm very excited to be here. I heard about this, I looked into it, and I was like, oh my god, this is such a really fun game system. So I'm really excited to try and really excited to play test it and to be along some great people right now. Currently, I am a voice actress, so you can find me on any projects. Real, there's a lot of projects, so that's why I linked my Twitter instead of just pointing out a few. I'm going to be on a couple of podcasts that some are more storytelling, like Welcome to Night Vale-esque sort of things, and some are tabletop RPGs. So it's just a whole myriad of ideas. I currently do stream on Twitch. You can find me at Versace, which is a pun on Versace, but with my last name. So it's VERXIACE, and I am currently playing Pokemon Legends Arceus
Nice.
on it quite a lot. And it's a very fun game, and I play like a pro because I
Yep.
am. So it's very fun, and I'm very excited to be here. And
Of course.
thank you for
I'm
having
excited to
me.
have you along. All right. So with that, let's jump into the bulk of this here. So for anybody who did not catch season 1 of this first episode, we're not getting into the demo play just yet, and this is really just an exploration of the system as a whole. It's sort of analysis of what this game will get you. So we're going to be starting out with a quick interview with Kat here, talking about the game, talking about the inspiration for it, and how she went about creating it. Take a look at the setting, and it is just such a vibrant, robust setting. I'm really looking forward to exploring it, and then we're going to teach you the rules. And if we have time, we'll go into character creation and a little sneak preview of our demo play, which I am titling "The Creeping Tangle," which is going to be a lot of fun. I got some fun ideas. All right, so let's jump into this. I know, Kat, you already talked about some of the other things you're doing, but let's see.
Yeah.
What got you into TTRPGs, and what led you to making this and your other games?
Okay, let's see. I got into TTRPGs in, I think, middle school because my friend wanted to play D&D, so he taught everyone in our immediate vicinity to how to play D&D. Me, my sister, the bunch of us. And I played an embarrassingly anime elf bard, and it was a great time. And the same friend got me into other RPGs as well. So, like, I also played Vampire and played Palladium, which I forgive him for. And and I just I learned to love a variety of different systems because our group was never just D&D. And then in high school, a friend came to me and said, "Look, I had a dream that 15 strength was plus 15 and not plus 5. Oh, plus 2, rather. No, wait, 15 strength was plus 5. Regardless. And I'm going to make a system." And I'm like, "Wow, good job. Proud of you. Proud of you. I'm with you all the way." And then he was asking me to playtest with him. And I fell in love with the playtesting process, with the idea that changes you made to the wording of rules would change the way people behaved in the game. Absolutely intoxicating to me. So I went from playtesting to helping to design that game to designing my own
Designing your
games.
own game is
And
almost a game in and
that's
of itself. Playing with words,
it's so
playing with
fun.
formatting, it's a whole thing.
Oh yes. I also played a bunch of Magic because I also had friends who
The
were
card
desperate for
game,
people to play
MTG.
Magic with.
Yeah.
Yes. And whatever you think about Wizards and whatever you think about Magic, it is a masterclass in rules templating. Magic cards are just, they're so concisely written. Every comma has a specific logistical reason for being there. They're absolutely masterful. I'm in awe of them. So templating is my my pet subject when it comes to rules, is the actual way the rules themselves are written down.
Yeah, I can definitely see that in how the game was designed, just going through the rulebook. It's a very well-designed rulebook.
Oh, yay, I'm glad
Uh,
to hear it.
I'll be gushing about that more later, but my go-to compliment, the greatest compliment I can give, which may seem a little obscure, is just that you have a great table of contents. A good table of contents is key to to a rule book that you can navigate quickly and easily. If you don't have a good table of contents, it's just too much.
Uh, navigation was actually brought up to me by Sort of Symphony's sister podcast, the one my sweetheart is on, the Eternity Archives, where they were talking about how accessibility manifests in terms of a rule book. Things like having a solid table of contents, things like having little summaries of sections at the beginning or end of a section for people who just want to skim and
Yeah,
want to get the
the
details.
long story
It's
short
not
boxes you
just
have at the top of sections. They're great.
yeah. Yeah, I put them in there because I realized, oh, this is an accessibility issue. If a person has attention issues or anything else that would interfere with their ability to take in written text, making the text digestible is about making the
Mhm.
text digestible for everyone. So
Oh,
that's
I know. When I see
I've
just
got
a
to credit.
whole wall of text, my eyes just unfocus and I just get lost. So having things
Yeah.
well broken down into nice concise headers and the long story short segments and just the way it's laid out, is really helpful for me.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm so glad to hear that because that's something that's very important to me. It's oh god, I agonized
hmm
over the order to put
hmm
things in. I every time I do an edition of this manual, I put things in a different order because I'm
Yeah.
never satisfied
And
with
that I mean
it.
that's a I've had that conversation with a number of people. How do you lay out your rule book? Do you put the rules before character creation or vice versa? Where do you throw in GM information? Where do you throw in settings? So it's a big discussion, and everyone you ask has different opinions.
Yeah. Hell,
Right.
I have different
Yeah.
opinions from day to day.
Okay. Yeah, so I know you mentioned that you were introduced to a number of different systems while you were throughout your TTRPG experience, which is great because so many people they get into D&D and just stop. That's their game. So what other
Oh,
games have you played, and more specifically, what other games led you to this and inspired this?
I think anybody who's played White Wolf will be able to see vampire in these rules.
hmm
I think vampire was huge. Like I enjoyed D&D because I got to live out a fantasy novel with my friends. I enjoyed playing vampire like as a game. That was the first rules system I fell in love with was Vampire the Masquerade. And so like any game where you can freely combine your stats and skills to describe different approaches,
hmm Yeah.
I'm in love with. And that's why I did that in Heroic Chord. Like explicitly a lot of these rules are inspired by vampire. Um, I used to play a game in my college days with my friends on IRC called Ghost Echo. And Ghost Echo is pretty much nothing but a resolution system. You roll 2 dice. One of them represents whether or not what you're trying to do succeeded, and one of them represents whether or not an additional danger happened, and you decide which is which after you roll. And so it was very exciting to have a play a game where characters were choosing to fail. And that's where Edge Successes came from, is because I
hmm
wanted that kind of mechanic in my own game where people could and were even encouraged to choose failure because it was more narratively interesting or because there were more important things to them at that time than
hmm
whether or not they succeeded. So Ghost Echo was hugely formative for me. I love Ryutama. My single favorite RPG of all time, which you can't really see much mechanically of in Heroic Chord, but Golden Sky Stories. I love Golden Sky Stories with all my little heart. I love nothing more than pretending to be adorable animal children and making friends. That's all I
Nice.
want. Like it's I can't recommend that game enough. And I know that like 90% of the people I play with are like, okay, this is cool, but when do I get to hit things with a
Right.
sword? I'm like, that's the fun part. You don't
Yeah.
make friends with it.
No, that's great. I too like exploring games that aren't just about combat. There's a lot of other things
Yeah.
you can do with role-playing games than the power fantasy of bludgeoning something to death. Also, I think I finally managed to turn off Nightbot,
Yeah.
so you should all be able to talk unharassed by Nightbot.
Oh, wonderful.
Right.
Thank you for your service, Nightbot.
Okay. A lot of great games mentioned. Things I'm definitely going to go back and re-listen to and check out. Okay, so let's see more specifically about Heroic Chord here. I know you run sort of symphonies, your own podcast of this show, and that started, you said, as a
Yes.
playtest before even the rulebook dropped,
Yep.
right? So
Yes.
I mean, obviously you're well into your second season of that right now, right? So
We are, yes.
without getting too bogged down in a full synopsis of a season and a half or whatever it may be, what's your takeaway from Sword of Symphonies?
Sword of Symphonies is about the crew of the Westbreaker as they navigate, basically as they explore this continent of Amilta and help people, basically. It's very kind of episodic in nature. Every arc has its own little story, and then they come together in a season finale. The crew of the Westbreaker are Cobb, a retired pirate who is just doing his best to look out for people. Tissa, a wandering magus who has her own way of viewing the world, her own very special way of interacting with the world. And Penelope, a windswept cavalier who is a menace to society. And together they grow as a family, they grow very close, they explore the world, they help it heal from its past, and they just kind of do their best. See, season 1 revolved a lot around horrors. The climax of season 1 took place in the Bright Wastes, where the Crusaders fight a swarm of horrors. Season 2 is a lot about noble demons, and that's just me being a demonology nerd, and it's great for me. It's apparently quite frightening for them, but that's okay.
That's what we strive for as GMs.
It is a cozy fantasy
Mhm.
verging on cozy horror podcast. The pace is very slow. We have a lot of scenes that are really just chill, cozy scenes.
And
It's a
the
good
episodes
time.
are only like
I
an
love
hour
it.
long, right? Somewhere around, yeah. So it's
Yeah.
really accessible. You can throw that on while you're going about your commute or doing whatever. Listen to a single episode, switch off to something else. Very accessible and super fun to listen to. Great audio quality as well.
Oh, our sound engineer is a genius. I invited my sound engineer friend to be on the podcast because I like her and I like playing games with her. I used to play a lot of Ghost Echo with her in our IRC days. And she's like, "Hey, can I edit?" And I was like, "Yes, you must. You're literally a professional sound engineer.
Mhm.
I would be a fool to say no to this." So I'm tremendously blessed to have Kathleen on board, and Nick and Kirsten as well, because they're both beautiful actors and amazing players.
Yeah, so if you're interested in the game and want another sort of example on top of the demo play we're about to play next week, go check out Sort of Symphonies because it is a great show. Okay, so I know, I think this is the last question we'll get into before we start actually jumping into the game. But I know you spoke a little bit about your inspirations from other games. Could you talk a little bit, however you might be comfortable, with your own personal inspirations for Heroic Chord? Because I know there's a lot
Yeah.
in this game.
There's a lot. There's a lot. When I was in college, I took English literature. And because I am Canadian, it's mandatory to take Canadian literature. That's how it works. It's a mandatory part of an English language curriculum. And one thing that we learned is that Canadian literature, by and large, has a fascination with landscape. And many years later, when I was writing Heroic Chord, I was thinking about this kind of consciously and just like, well, this is something maybe I should lean into because this is something that I, as a writer, enjoy, dramatic landscapes. So Heroic Chord was very much inspired, I think, by that little truism. It's very inspired by Final Fantasy, especially 10 and 12. The ones that give you a feeling. Donna and I spent a lot of time gushing about 12 in the Discord. But it's the ones that give you a feeling that you're inheriting an ancient world that's very large and very unknown, and that people only occupy a small part of it. I think 10 and 12 really have the beautiful sense of how big the world is compared to you that I really love. I love Xenoblade Chronicles for the same reason. It's one of my favorite games of all time. 90s fantasy anime, I think I cited Magic Knight Rayearth, the original isekai, as an inspiration. And here's something that I didn't cite as an inspiration, but it was. In the opening to the anime Revolutionary Girl Utena, there is a brief clip where the characters are riding on Pegasuses around a floating castle in armor and lances. And that never happens in the anime, not once. But it has stuck with me since I watched it as a teen, and I'm obsessed with those few seconds of the opening. And so that's where that's where the Windswept Cavalier came from, is that I really wanted to have like mounted knights on winged steeds, because I'm obsessed with 10 seconds rather, of an introduction from a 90s anime about being dramatic and homosexual.
Yeah, I can definitely see the landscape and world exploration in this system, because it's so well ingrained to not only the setting but the rules as well. There's a lot of rules in here just for exploration, not only of the world around you but also of yourself.
Yes. Because here's another inspiration for Heroic Chord. I have mental illness. I have loads of them. I'm very, very prone to depression and anxiety. I recently discovered I have the ADHD as well, which is probably a contributing factor. And I'm still kind of working on unraveling the ways these three things mesh. But at any rate, a lot of the mechanics in Heroic Chord are based on mental illness symptoms. And a lot of what happens in Heroic Chord is about, I guess, recognizing that mental illness is a completely normal part of life and that it is not a bad thing. Your symptoms can be consequences if you push yourself too hard or if you don't pay attention to what your mind is telling you, but it's not a negative thing to be judged harshly. You'll find no sanity tables in this game. It's about being heroic and being a whole person and being heroic. And if that whole person is ill or disabled, that whole person is still a hero. Is very much the ethos of Heroic
It definitely lends itself to characters that are whole, that feel real, that have flaws and things that they need to overcome in order to be heroic like that. And really there's that contrast there that makes both of those sides stand out more. And I like that it's not heavy-handed. It's not presented with a stigma. It's just presented as a fact of life. Yeah.
Because it is a fact of life. And this is something I said when we were chatting last night, but like stigma leads to shame, which leads to isolation, which worsens like 90% of problems. So I think anything that we can do, whether it's in little fictional games or whether it's in our day-to-day lives to reduce the stigma around mental illness, is life-saving.
And I do really like in this that when you say that, when you tell us that, Kat, we can each look at the rulebook and go, oh, I see that. I get it. I can resonate with that. I understand it. But when you're just going through the rule book, like I said, it's not presented in that sort of heavy-handed sort of way. You wouldn't really even, without really thinking about it, without somebody telling you the inspiration of that, when you look at the scatter rules, and the magic casting system and the cost of all of that, I don't think you would immediately jump to this being a game that can shine such a spotlight on various mental illnesses, because it's just there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I like that that's the way it comes, because that was very much my intent, was just like to portray
Yeah.
a world in which it is
Because
just
I know I've looked at other games that feature stuff like that, and it's almost presented as a detriment, a penalty, something to be feared,
Yeah.
and something to avoid, and that is presented in such a way in the rulebook that it can make people uncomfortable. But I don't think, looking through this rulebook, that the way it's presented would really make anybody uncomfortable or be unwilling to
I
deal
hope
with
not.
in a game. Because I know when you talk about including those sort of heavier topics in a game, a lot of people, uh, they want fantasy. They don't want the real. They don't want to have to deal with real problems. Um, but it's presented in such a way that it doesn't feel like a problem.
And that's
Mm-hmm.
that's very important to me. And that's I didn't realize it until my very first round of playtests before Sword of Symphonies, but my friend Kirsten played a character who used a cane. She had been severely injured on her pilgrimage. She needed a mobility aid, and there was nothing in the rules that
Mm-hmm.
impacted that even a little bit. All that happened was my friend declared her character disabled. Her character was disabled. And I didn't realize it until that moment, but it's like, oh, this is a system in which you can play a disabled hero and you don't need to take
Right.
like blind fighting feats or like uh negative character attributes for
Mm-hmm.
having one arm or what have you. Um because that's not what these rules are about. So you don't have to fuss around with extra rules to try to find out how best to make a
Mm-hmm.
character who uses a wheelchair. You just say, hey, my character's disabled, uses a wheelchair to get around. Bob's your proverbial uncle, Sally's your hypothetical aunt.
Yeah, and the rule system for this game, we're about to jump into that, is so focused on creativity and narrative, and approaching problems from a standpoint of figuring out how you're going to approach the problem, rather than which of your 6 person defining attributes you're going to use. It's not a system that uses strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom,
Right.
charisma. It is more about how you go about solving the problem. Um, Whether you tackle the issue head on, or whether you're being analytical about it, whether you're trying to be subversive, or whether you're using things in your environment in a creative, adaptable way. So your characters are always assumed to be competent, in at least the bare minimum they need to survive as heroes. You're not expected to have a negative to one of your attributes that's always going to be a hamper that's going to bog you down. Um, you might not be as good at one thing as you are at another, but it's always assumed that you are a heroic person and you can do things without blindly tripping into trees every time you roll a perception check. Which is an inside joke to
Oh,
my
yeah.
my D&D group. Um, so it's definitely a game about real people
But
solving problems in very real ways, but in a fantastical setting and a fantastical story, which is really refreshing.
yay. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, that's very much kind of what I'm after. Like, I think just because we're telling a fantasy story doesn't mean that we can't make a game
Mhm.
that real people
Right.
can see themselves as heroes.
And that It really is like that. This is a big compliment from me to you. It's really well put in there, because a lot of times when you talk about trying to play a game that is realistic, that is real, that tackles issues, that presents real flawed characters, people always jump to, oh, this is going to be a grim, dark, gritty, depressing, horrible game to play. But this is so much the opposite of that. Everything about this game just seems so
Yay!
bright and evocative and fun. It's almost like you baked all of these little nuances into this nice, delicious, pretty looking cake, and you don't even realize that there's vegetables in it.
I do love a
Yeah.
carrot cake. And a zucchini
Exactly.
brownie, now that I
Exactly.
mention it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love a zucchini
So
brownie.
so that's this
Mhm.
game. This is the TTRPG equivalent of a zucchini brownie.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that is the sweetest thing. That's a very wonderful thing to think about now.
Okay. Well, I think that's a great segue into the actual setting of this game. So I know I focused mostly on the rules, because that's the key component of RPGs Uncovered, showcasing how quick and easy it can be to get into the game itself. And we're going to get to the rules in just a little bit, but I would love to hear more about the setting, because I know there's a big portion of this game that not only talks about the background of all of each of the different classes and how they get their powers and how they go about exploring the world and doing things in their own way. But there's also a large portion of the book here that just talks about the world and what Rangers are and what the different antagonists are all about. Um, uh, all the different regions that you have in here. So this is a full, robust, vibrant setting. So you're not only getting
Yay!
the rules system, both as a player and a GM, but you're also getting a full setting guide to this. So I would love to hear more about the world of Amelta. It's Amelta, right? Yeah, I'd love to hear more about the
Yep.
world
Yep.
of Amelta. So the synopsis that I took away from this
Yeah.
is that it's a world that was more modern, more technologically advanced, perhaps even more than we are today, with varying levels of tech and magitech involved in there. And then there was some sort of demonic cataclysm, and then a rebuilding of society. So
Well,
could you expand on that?
we're not sure what
Hmm.
we're not sure what caused the cataclysm. By we, I mean I'm not sure. But the Tana. It's funny.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh
pretty
yeah.
sure.
There's a lot lost to history.
The mountains that crossed the mountains that crossed the center of this continent melted. So what was a mountainous continent was replaced with an open, flat plain. Human civilization in the center of the continent was buried. There were huge climate disasters that followed this. And this at the time of the cataclysm, people were engaged in what we call the last war. And there isn't any war in Amilta anymore, because the last time we did a war, the mountains melted and tons of people died, and it was an apocalypse. So this is very
Mhm.
much a post-apocalyptic world,
Mhm.
but it was 100 years ago. So this is about what kind of shape we want the new world to be, and what kind of life we can claim for ourselves in a world that nature has
Mhm.
reclaimed violently. And in Amilda, there are monsters of various
Mhm.
kinds, which is why we have rangers, which are the heroic characters. There are horrors, which are ghosts of human trauma and suffering, kind of given form. This is me indulging my love of Silent Hill. They're a very Silent Hill concept. There are noble demons, which are godlike creatures that are shackled by powerful obsessions and barely recognize humanity. There are automata, which are buried living weapons from the last war. And there are dragons, which are mercurial shapeshifters who um, mostly try to get along with people but don't really know how. Um, And like many very powerful creatures, are not very good at interacting with weaker ones. And so the gods of Amilta are asleep. They've been asleep for more than a century, long since before the mountains crumbled, in stone monuments that we call daoliths. And in order to gain power from a daolith, you have to go physically visit them. And they are in some of the most dangerous places in the world. So every player character in Heroic Chord has been on a pilgrimage. You're going to be hearing about Enduring Gaius, who is a pillar at the center of a buried underground labyrinth overrun by horrors that people have to fight their way through to become enduring crusaders. You're going to be hearing about Beckoning Atosa, the goddess of revolution, who is kind of a marble hand sticking out of the ground in a ruined capital. And you're going to be hearing about Windswept Tamiris, who is a mossy boulder in an idyllic garden floating on an island in the sky.
And many more of them.
And so
Those are just the
and many more of
three
them.
classes that you guys are playing.
Exactly. And so every character in Heroic Chord has already made this journey. It's in your backstory. If you are playing, say, a Wailing Arcanist, you have climbed to the top of the last tooth of the Cloudcomb Mountains. You have negotiated with demons, and you have met the god Wailing Agrippina, who lives at the top. That's where you get your powers from. So, and I enjoy playing with these ideas of backstory and just assumed competence.
That's the big thing.
Like, you went on this big adventure. Yeah, you've already been on a big adventure. This is not your first rodeo.
Yeah, I really like one that there's not really levels in this game. There's seasons to progress your character. More on that later. But you start off as somebody who is already recognized as competent just for being a ranger. You're not starting at level 1 as somebody who is just barely more competent than Farmer Joe over in the field over there. You've already braved the wilderness. You've already fought through, whether it's actual fighting or negotiation or whatever it is. You've already proven yourself in the world as somebody competent and shown off your skills and whatnot. And you've done at least one real big heroic, epic adventure chapter sort of thing. And then you start the game.
Yep. Yes. I understand where a lot of OSR games are coming from with like level 1 meat grinder and with the notion that a person grows into a hero through play, but I don't have a lot of patience for it. I like my games to hit the ground running. That's my style. So that's very much what I went for with Heroic Chord, was just your character has already been on at least one major quest. That's why you're a playable character. Like, we don't have stats for your strength or your constitution. You were strong enough and you were tough enough to get your quest done. That is assumed.
And it's definitely a great way to, as you said, start the game, hit the ground running sort of thing, without getting bogged down in creating a backstory without making yourself sound too powerful or, surviving the meat grinder, as you said. So it's a real easy game to just get into and feel heroic from the start, which is refreshing.
Which is, that's my style. That's something that I like a lot. I don't have a lot of patience for earn your fun games. I recognize that for some people there is an allure to them.
I mean, I can enjoy those games, but I can also enjoy these games. They're two very different flavors. Yeah.
Boy, howdy.
Okay, so we touched on the Daolith. Is there anything more you could tell us about the demons? Because there are noble demons and there are lesser demons.
Yes. Noble demons are godlike creatures. They have massive power, but they are shackled by a powerful obsession. There's one thing that weighs on their mind. They will pursue it at all costs. They don't recognize humans. They don't see them as having any particular value. They will negotiate with them if it means getting what they want, because all they want is what they want.
So noble demons
That's
are
it.
not things that the player character should really expect to overcome.
Fight? Yeah, you can trick them and you can negotiate with them and you can, like, they can be manipulated and they can be lived around. But um actually until season 2, the party has never even seen a noble demon defeated. In season 2, the party sees one defeated by another noble demon. Like like maybe like 5th season characters can entertain the notion of defeating a noble demon in combat, but it's not really something humans can do. Noble demons also have lesser demons, which are just little servitors that they create. Just weird little creatures that do their bidding. And they take all kinds of shapes. They take whatever shape is most convenient to their master, and they do what they're told by and large. Some of them kind of untether themselves and just kind of wander around free of a master. Some of them are given as gifts to arcanists. There's a specific class of ranger that has a lesser daemon as a friend. Sometimes they're given, sometimes they're stolen, sometimes they betray their masters. They're little imps. They're absolutely fightable. Unlike their masters, they're totally fightable. They're little jerks, and I love them.
All right. Yeah.
They're precious babies.
Now for my own edification, since noble demons are, the top of the food chain here, really not a good idea to try fighting a noble demon. Lesser demons, you say they're just little critters and whatnot, but they can still be formidable adversaries.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that's when the party first met the Radiant Prince in season 1, like the first arc of season 1, his servitors looked like little blobs with feathers, and you could fight them. They mostly stole scatter from you, and they were little brats, but they were fightable. But the countess in the bell tower baroness in season 2 has actual assassins that she sends out that are worthy of fighting a season 2 party and that are just brutal in combat. And yeah, the Radiant Prince just has these weird little blob monsters that don't really hurt anybody. So they exist on kind of a much wider formidability scale than their masters do.
Nice. Yeah, and then there's horrors.
Horrors are memories of trauma. A lot of them are memories of war, because war is hell, to quote Hideo Kojima. And it is it's wrapped up in, like, some of them fight like formations. Some of them fight like a phalanx, for example. Some of them fight like guerrilla combat. But these are the world's memories of combat and bloodshed and pain. There was a horror in season 1 of Sword of Symphonies that was a memory of a warehouse fire where workers were trapped. And so it was constantly trying to like grab the party and fill the room with smoke. It was a ghastly affair, really. But yeah, horrors are they're memories of trauma given form. They come out at night, and they're kind of the primary reason that a Milton needs rangers, because like the world in the center, the Goat Home Veldt, people can't reclaim that land because it was ancient battlefields. So now it's haunted. The far north is haunted as hell, and there's an entire class that just fights the horrors and tries to fight back the horrors in the far northwest.
And it's it's more than just the stereotypical ghost, a humanoid ghost, a ghost soldier or something like that. As you said, there's horrors that are the embodiment of building fire. In the encounter section of the book, there's a horror based around a shipwreck that looks real fun. So it's not just here's an undead incorporeal soldier that you have to fight. It's the manifestation of of a feeling of some traumatic event that can manifest in a number of different forms and abilities.
Yeah, exactly. Shipwreck can do things like
Mhm.
slam into someone. Like, just I'm trying to remember what other abilities I gave that thing.
I have it up. I have it up here.
I'm
We'll
just
we'll get into
ooh,
designing, you know, encounters and whatnot later. But yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do with various adversaries. There's the slam effect you noted, that will do physical damage and knock things down. Um, there's other just sort of like debuff abilities. There's the fog ability that you gave it,
yeah.
that prevents any sensitivity rolls from being done. Um, there's
Yeah, breaking wave, which is a lesser slam, which just kind of
Mhm.
rushes over a person and knocks them
and
over.
and then instead
So
of
yeah, it's
going straight for HP, you can attack a character through their scatter.
yes, which not all horrors can do, but anything that can like stress or distract or fascinate a
Mhm.
person, I like to give scatter damage to. And it's yeah, when I'm writing horrors, I try to write like what would a monster do if this monster was a memory of something
Mhm.
really messed up happening? What what memories happen in a shipwreck? What memories happen in a fire? And how can I make those into abilities and
Yeah,
manifest them
and
against
there's a lot
players
of great
for
examples
fun?
in the book here for encounters, and there is a section just above that for creating your own encounters, building your own encounters. And I do really like that it is you design those in such an evocative way. Like you said, you think about what this adversary was formed by and what it represents, and then you design abilities based on that from a more narrative. You start with a narrative
Yeah.
perspective and then figure out how that's going to affect the mechanical aspect of the character, rather than the other way around, which I feel is, you know, more what you're doing in other games like the D&D, where you start from what makes this adversary a mechanical danger to the player. How much, what is its attack bonus, and how much damage will it do, and what sort of
Yeah.
debuffs and, uh, you know, disabling powers it may have. Whereas this is much more
Yeah.
narrative. It's much more based in story than it is in numbers.
Yeah. I think it's really helpful because whenever I'm GMing, one of the hardest parts for me is picking encounters. But when I'm GMing Heroic
Right.
Chord, it's like, okay, what has happened here? And how
Mm-hmm.
can I turn that into a monster? So that's an approach that helps me, at least as a GM, and I hope it helps other people as well, to kind of create encounters that fit within the
Right.
setting that they're trying to tell a story in.
Yeah, I know in other games you have to go through this long menu of adversaries, and there's some up and down movement that you can do by tweaking numbers if you know enough about the system to do that. But again, using D&D as an example, because it's, you know, what a lot of people know, if you have a group of level 5 characters, you can't really throw a CR 13 enemy at them, even if it would feel narratively appropriate to do so, not without heavily modifying that creature down
Mhm.
to something that is more appropriate statistically for the party. But because this game takes the approach of narrative and of story before, you know, numbers, you can do stuff like that. So if you're trapped in an area where an ice demon would be a reasonable problem to have to deal with, you can throw that in there without it being overwhelming mechanically, to the players.
I love a good ice
Mm-hmm.
demon now that you mention it. Yeah. Yeah.
I hate the cold. So anytime I'm trying to think of something that just sounds like the
Uh,
worst possible thing ever, ice demons.
I've I've just realized I've written a lot of demons revolving around fire and heat,
Mm,
and I'm Canadian.
hmm
So Okay, maybe all right. Okay, I feel like I accidentally been called out because I'm
Hmm.
such a baby in the heat. An absolute child, I assure you.
You're not alone there. I am too.
Thank
Two
you.
sides. Some people like the cold, hate the heat. I love the heat, hate the cold.
Mm-hmm.
Set me up in a nice hot humid environment and I will just bask like a lizard. Yep.
Humidity.
Yep. I love it.
Don't even
Love it.
talk to me about humidity.
But we're getting off topic, and before that, I think was a great segue into the rules, because I know we've talked quite a bit about the scatter mechanic, which I think is, to me, that's the big draw of this game, the scatter mechanic. Um,
Yay.
but I think, that's a little teaser here. But I think to start with the basics of the rule system, we're finally getting into the rule system here. I think the baseline for this, as is the baseline for most games, is the attributes that you use to play the game. The foundation for any game is how you build your dice pool and how your abilities are defined. That leads to how you actually go about solving problems. Like I said, this isn't a game that revolves around the D&D attributes and attributes that a lot of other games use. A real a solid locked in determining factor of your physical and mental abilities. You don't have strength, dex, con scores to worry about, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. Instead, this game it more defines your character's nature. It is actually called your character's nature. And defines or focuses more on how they go about solving a problem, the approach they take to solving that problem, rather than the physical or mental application of pressure from your person. So the attributes for this system, also known as facets, are daring, understanding, subtlety, sensitivity, and adaptability, which I think is a great array of narratively focused attributes to play with.
Yay. I
This
love
was-
them.
This was one of the big draws to me for this particular system, because I've had some frustration recently with playing a character that had no charisma whatsoever in a party of people who refused to talk to NPCs. So their no charisma character is the only one asking for information or trying to talk to shopkeeps. And the stat array system for other games can be really limiting. And I like the creative problem solving aspect that your facet system
Oh.
brings into play.
Well, I'm really
So
glad to hear
that's a
Pat.
perfect example. If a character in the D&D has a low charisma score, they don't want to have anything to do with talking to people. But that's not a problem that you're going to have here, because even if you have a low stat in, say, sensitivity, you can still talk to people using understanding, using subtlety or adaptability or daring. Any problem that you can solve can be solved in any one of these 5 ways. It just depends on the approach you take to that.
Yep.
So
And I'm very explicit in here as well, is that it's the approach that it's a measure of how much your character uses and is confident with and chooses that approach. A character with one understanding is not less intelligent or less understanding. They just don't use their understanding of the situation to solve problems. A character with one daring is not necessarily cowardly. They just don't choose to solve problems with direct action. And that's something that's very important to me.
I think that really comes across. So for a synopsis of each of these, and it's really not even a synopsis, because this is such a narrative based game focused on keywords like this. You have these keywords that mean basic concepts, and then it's up to you to explore how you're going to build on those basic concepts, stretch them out, and make them your own. But just a description of each of these, because they are very different attributes to or from what people are used to. Daring, as you said before, is tackling problems head on with direct action. So even if you have a low daring score, that doesn't mean you're cowardly or anything. You just don't take that direct approach. There's understanding, which is all about using the information you have or analyzing and gaining more information in order to solve a problem. There is subtlety, using your keen senses to direct your action, whether that be sneaking or listening to a conversation and being able to navigate that in a subversive or sneaky way. So a lot of different things you can use there that would otherwise be limited to the normal D&D physical and mental attributes. There is sensitivity. Did I get these mixed up? I hope I didn't. There is sensitivity, which is I have it written down here, hiding or disguising your action. That sounds more subtle to me. I think I swapped.
Yeah, it
I
sounds
swapped
like you
those.
did swap 'em.
That's my mistake. Subtlety is hiding or disguising your actions, whereas sensitivity is using your senses to direct your actions. Make that change in my notes here.
Yep. And that's one thing that always kind of frustrated me in Dungeon Dragon is when a character has any kind of sensory impairment, be they deaf, blind, what have you, there's
Mhm.
always just like
Yeah,
perception
perception
penalties.
tanks.
And it's like you wish you could hear as well as a blind person. Like like genuinely sensitivity is just your tendency to solve problems by taking in information from your environment. It does not at
Right.
any point specify how, which is
Yeah. So
important.
subtlety, hiding or disguising your actions. Sensitivity, using your keen senses, taking that sensory information in and using that to direct your actions. And finally, adaptability, the MacGyverness of it all, quickly reacting to change in your environment or the situation you're in, or using resources in a creative way. Just kind of two of the same thing, really. So those are your key 5 defining attributes for your character that define your character's nature rather than their physical and mental form, I suppose. You are, as you said before, you are assumed by just being a ranger that you are competent in all the ways you need to be competent to be a ranger. And then we get into scatter, which, like I said, was my main draw for this system. So scatter is your sense of self, or more specifically, the loss of a character's presence or sense of self. And this plays in mostly to the magic system, but as we talked before, there are different adversaries and different hazards and whatnot that can draw from your scatter, or I suppose add to your scatter. The more scattered you are, the more diffused you become. So this is specifically what ties into that disassociation or various forms and functions of different kinds of mental illness that we talked about before. Scatter can be whatever it is to each character. There is no one definition of scatter. So when you become scattered, you can sort of diffuse, become unenthusiastic with your environment, or you could just go full ADHD on it, or you can go full depression on it, or you can just lose yourself and whatnot. So scatter is something that is very personal to each character. There's ways that each class also can add to that definition of scatter without forcing a definition of scatter to each particular character. So I know we already talked about the influence of scatter. How do I want to word this question? how does scatter come across how does scatter come across in your games? Could you give a good example of the process of accumulating scatter, narratively what happens when you accumulate scatter, and then what happens when you overscatter?
Yeah. When you overscatter, that is to say when you hit 10 or above, some abilities will let you go above. You are rendered unconscious.
Mhm.
So that's going to happen. Whatever happens between
Mhm.
1 and 10 is you. That's up to you. You make that decision. Once you hit 10, you're not functioning. There are abilities that allow you to have limited function when you're at 10, but by and large, whatever happens to you, it takes you out of the running at 10. And a lot, like, we have characters in sort of symphonies who get kind of confused when they're very scattered, who get like absent, who start zoning out. We have an NPC in sort of symphonies who gets sick, who just like, it takes a toll on his immune system, and if he overscatters, he just is laid
I
down
can
with
relate to that
sickness
one.
immediately after. Yeah. Sometimes when
Yeah.
you overdo it, it wrecks you in
Mhm.
lots of ways, including physical. And so this kind of came from the fact that I'm a big witch nerd. And I've been to witch school. That's not a joke. I went to the Northern Star College of Mystical Studies, not for the English degree, for a different one. They don't have an English program at the Mystic College. But
Yeah. You're not cracking open a book of Canadian landscape.
no. One thing I noticed was that whenever I'm doing any kind of ritual or doing any kind of guided meditation, I can kind of feel myself leaking out of me. And after I'm done, I feel like I'm dissociating. And dissociating is something that I do. It's part of my particular mental illness. But that was where I kind of got the idea to link magic with
Mhm.
like going blurry, I guess. And it's different for everybody, but since, and we're going to get a little more into this, I
Mhm.
feel like next, since half of the magic is in the world around you and half of it is inside you, the mixing of you
Yeah.
and the world is what causes this dissociative state.
This was something else that I really liked about this um, campaign
Yay.
setting and everything, because it it sort of um, it makes it so that magic isn't necessarily an end all be all solution, and it sort of like forces you to ration your scatter. It forces you to look at it and say, what is the risk and reward to this action? It's not, oh, I have a solution, let me just spend a spell slot and then I'll go to sleep for a little while. It's, if I do this, am I going to be able to function for whatever the next test is? Is this something that I'm willing to expend this effort towards? And it can put some bigger stakes to things that in other systems might be
Mhm.
minor issues. And that's something that I really do relate to. And you know, similarly, the reason that I kind of was drawn towards the infiltrator class, apart from just sort of liking that, um, was because of the description of scatter being about losing yourself in someone you know, losing yourself in this sort of collective hive mind. And you know, it's just such an interesting idea for how magic could work, because it is, you know, essentially about combining yourself with your surroundings and combining yourself with the things that you're drawing power from. And so taking that step too far, it makes sense that there's going to be those consequences.
And
Yeah. And it's,
I really like that. Sorry, you
we
go.
actually had, still, we actually had a scene in sort of symphonies, which this episode hasn't gone live yet, but we have an infiltrator who overscattered into the assist pool and hit that consequence head on, and we got to do a really good scene where one character is like trying to comfort a character who has forgotten who she is. And so like they're trying to navigate the NPC is trying to navigate a conversation with a player who doesn't remember who either of them are and is getting them mixed up. And it was a really sweet scene, and I'm really glad we actually got to play that one out because I like that scatter mechanic as well. I'm so glad that you do too.
Yes. Sorry, I was dealing with some technical stuff at the end of that. Yes, I do really like scatter, and that it is something personal to each character. And what I really like about this is that it's a narrative consequence. This game isn't one for micromanaging pluses and minuses. You're not, -1 here, +2 here, advantage, disadvantage, yada yada. So it's not like when you hit 5 scatter, 7 scatter, or 9 scatter, you accumulate negatives to what you're doing. You just have to. It encourages you as a player to interact with the world through your character through a lens of this increasing dissociation in whatever way that may be from your character's perspective. Now, that does put an onus on the player to actually play that way. If you're playing with a group of people that are more statistically minded than storytelling minded, they could easily just kind of brush it off because there's no mechanical penalties to it. This is definitely a storytelling game rather than a war game, because players are so encouraged to accept and lean into and express themselves through various positive boons and negative detriments when it comes to scatter and abilities and relating to themselves, each other, and the world around them. So I think just to go over the basic rules of scatter, because we've been talking about this for a while, each character has a base of 10 scatter before they fall unconscious, or otherwise lose themselves, I like to think, but removing themselves from the situation because they are no longer functional. Some features may raise this, but characters gain scatter as they cast spells, or as we said before, having various supernatural forces actively draw it from them, like horrors or particularly challenging, hazards or whatever it may be. And as you accumulate points into scatter, you dissociate more, or your sense of self deteriorates a little bit more, and you have to lean into that and play towards that as your sense of self is being, cast out into the world, and not all of it comes back right away. And then on top of that, you briefly mentioned before the assist pool. So each character, based on their class, has another sort of smaller scatter pool, a scatter pool of 5 instead of 10. That is their assist pool. And that goes into the sort of ally feature that each class has. You spoke of the Windswept Cavalier and their, what do you refer to them as? They're the elk creatures, cloud elks, yeah.
Cloud
And the
elk.
little imps and whatnot you can get from Wailing Arcanists. They each allow you to take various actions, and then they each have their own spell pieces, and we'll talk about spell pieces later. But as you draw upon the abilities of your little ally there, you can fill up your assist pool as opposed to your own personal scatter pool, which has its own detriments associated to it. So you can receive aid from your class's sort of assistance, sort of ally feature. But in doing so, instead of being rendered unconscious when you fill up that 5 scatter pool from your assist pool, you accumulate other detriments based on that class. So as an example, because I know each of you have already sort of picked out characters, could you share with us what you are thinking of doing for your own scatter pool, and talking a little bit about your class's scatter pool? And because we haven't heard much from her, I'm gonna throw this straight at Donna.
Donna.
You haven't heard much from me, but I'm like the peanut gallery laughing at everything. At the
I'm
two of
seeing
you.
it. I'm just seeing you
Not
cackling silently.
you guys are hilarious. It's been such a wonderful time to just like listen in and
That's good to
it's
hear.
so
That's very important for a stream slash
I'm
podcast being good to listen to.
I'm very enamored by the creation and the backstory and everything that has gone into Heroic Chord, and it's just been such a treat. So, as it has been alluded to, I am gunning to make a Windswept Cavalier, and I'm not exactly sure the sort of I guess I'm not exactly sure what I should be talking about in terms of scatter, but I guess just going into and like delving into my idea for the character, I was more interested in making someone who doesn't want to use her abilities as much because of the sort of backdraw that comes narratively, exploring that and being interested in what's that going to look like for someone who, at least in this class, they're seen as being very kind, very courageous, very brave individuals, perhaps even playing into that stereotype more and saying like, well, I don't feel very brave, or I don't feel very kind, or I don't feel these sort of things as I continue to use my abilities and losing parts of myself and not feeling comfortable with people knowing me as this certain individual who maybe is like very high energy or is like always willing to lend a hand. And then as you continue to expend yourself and to lose those parts of you, you don't really feel like, oh, well, this isn't who I am. And am I fake? Like, am I who is the real me? And trying to explore that through this character. Uh I mean, most of the scatter stuff, at least for me, has been very interesting because a lot of it is about at least like in terms of like the scatter spells and like the things that are given to that class is about like healing and avoiding danger and being allowed to kind of not be on the forefront, but at least in the way I interpreted it, like staying behind and taking care of people and taking care of yourself, ironically. But in the same time, it's like to take care of people and to take care of yourself, you have to give up certain things. To remove yourself from immediate physical dangers, for example, you have to give up a large or overextend yourself a large amount such that you can avoid this physical danger. And so then it kind of like I don't know, there's like this very interesting narratively because it's a lot of interplays between what matters more and what's more important at the time to the character. Is it the physical threats or is it the individualistic and the mental threats that she is going to have to deal with as a result of this?
And I remember in our Discord conversation before, it kind of got hidden underneath a whole bunch of pet pictures. But talking about yeah, how your character is usually so upbeat and kind and willing to lend a hand and lend an ear and as you said, high energy and helpful. And as you scatter, it just becomes too much. You get frustrated and irritable and don't want to deal with how much effort it takes to be kind. And I can definitely relate to that in that feeling of it is the good kind person that use effort to portray the real you, or are you just a jerk who is pretending to be nice?
Exactly. And it's like that one moment where it becomes like too much and you're just like, listen, like I have given everything. Like I have been nice, but I just need to be there for me. And it feels like almost sometimes the one moment that you're there for you, the one moment that you're like, okay, I'm gonna put up my boundaries even and stand up for myself. People are like, oh, you're mean, or like, oh, like you're not a very nice person, and it's like kind of exploring like who are you and can you still remain confident in who you are if every time you're using your abilities to help people, you lose who you are and you don't and it's like at the very, I don't know,
Yeah.
it's very interesting narrative because like at the very core of who you are, is that the you before you use any of your scatter and before you expend yourself, or is it the you that you are after you've overexerted yourself and at the very end of the day, that person who's under the influence of overextending themselves and feeling cold and detached and very vindictive, is that the real you?
Mhm.
And that's
I
like what I
love
wanted
that
to
this is a game
explore.
mechanic because it bakes
Yeah.
into a sense of exploring yourself just as much as you are exploring the world and having to be a hero for yourself as much as you have to be a hero for everybody else. I love it.
Right. And someone mentioned in the chat,
Yeah.
like, or are you both? Like, are you, but like, it's like, is there a way that you can feel
Mhm.
like you can be both, right? Like, how do you reconcile that? That I am this person who is quote unquote like mean and vindictive, and like when somebody says, hey, like, do you have a couple of minutes? And then they chat and they keep talking about their problems, and you're like, I don't have a
Okay,
couple of
it's
minutes. I'm
been a
sorry
couple
I
of minutes.
said
Let's
that.
wrap it up here.
I'm like, is that right? But like, or is the person that you are when someone is saying like, hey, do you have a couple of minutes, and you're listening and you're being an active listener and you're doing it for maybe like 3 hours, but at the end of it you're exhausted, but like they walk away from that feeling good and happy and
Mhm.
like, oh, like so and so is like a really nice person to talk to.
Mhm.
Is that the real you? And um I think, yeah, like it's just such a fascinating game mechanic to be like someone who gives so much, when they're tired of giving, does that erase
Right.
all of the giving that they've done
Mhm.
up to that point? And yeah,
Yeah.
because I remember growing up, I remember like a lot of female protagonists in anime, especially. Like right off the top of my head, I can think of like the main protagonist from Fruit Basket. She has like an endless well of like empathy that she can just give and give and give to the Soma family, which is like 12 to 13 like people, and she solves all their problems and she's like never tired. And it's like interesting because while, that series is beloved for many reasons, I also find like, at least the way I view it, is like there is room to criticize. Is this the message that you're giving to young women or just women in general? Like, you have to listen, like you have to put others before you. And there's never a moment where her problems are put before the other people in her life. And so it's like kind of playing into that through the Windswept Cavalier, like, what is her
Mhm.
limit? Like, what is my character's limit? And how is the world and how is she going to change
Yeah.
through that
And
limit and
it
discovering that?
facilitates and almost necessitates you playing characters that aren't those idealistic, unrealistic versions of people that have that endless well of empathy to constantly draw on. You kind of have to in this game play a character that recognizes that they're a real person, has limits.
One
And
thing I
also, sorry,
oh
go on.
please one thing I really like about the choice to play a cavalier is that the consequence for a cavalier over scattering into their assist pool is that they lose the ability to communicate with other human beings. So like they genuinely can't handle other people, they can't speak to other people if they overdo it on their assist abilities, which I really like in the lens of Donna's character, because it's like, how much can you help before you
Yeah.
can't even with
And
people
and that's
anymore?
not
And I've already been
necessarily
there.
you've scattered so much you forgot how words work. You just can't deal with people anymore. You need to go home and snuggle your dog. That's all you can do right now. Pat, what
Yeah.
were you about to say?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Oh,
please.
I was just gonna say that, along similar lines to what you were bringing up about, like, you know, female protagonists in anime, something you'll see in a lot of um, newer shows, is a female protagonist who is always on, always at their peak, always helping, always doing whatever they can. They have that one moment where they break and they snap, and then whoever they're dealing with defines them by that moment. And it does sort of also sort of bring up some societal issues of, what should we be defined by? Should we be defined by one moment of weakness, or should we be defined by the 3 hours that
Mhm.
led up to it? And a lot of times, the person you're dealing with doesn't get to see
Mhm.
those 3 hours. They don't get to see the burden that you're already carrying before you snap. And it's interesting to see that portrayed in a character because we are so very social. Like, just that's human nature. We're social. We oftentimes define ourselves
Mhm.
by the way we're seen by others. So having that mirror reflected back of, oh, I snapped at this person, they're going to think of me this way for the rest of eternity, and maybe they're not wrong. Like, that's such a common
Oh yeah.
feeling and thought. And I think that this is going to be a really great path to travel down and explore as we create these
Mhm.
characters and build this narrative.
Definitely a
Yeah.
game that, again, facilitates, if not necessitates, very personal stories. And we'll see how much I'm able to do with that with a 4 session arc. This is definitely a game that you can definitely play a one shot of this game. You can definitely play a micro series of this game. But I think the big draw of this game is how your character would grow throughout multiple seasons, which is the leveling system of this game. So longer form games where you can really explore uh, personal chapters for each of the characters and show who they are, how they develop, and what they become, and how they, and not even what they become, but how they understand themselves and better themselves through that understanding of themselves. So we'll see what sort of personal character arcs I can get in with only 4 episodes, but I plan on trying.
Yay.
Yes. Very excited to see it.
So we've talked quite a bit about scatter here, so I think it's important to also note how you get rid of scatter, because eventually you're gonna get fed up and you're going to have to come back down and reset yourself. Obviously, the easiest way you go about doing that is just taking a rest. So this game doesn't really have the D&D short rest, long rest system, but anytime you're presented with an opportunity to just relax and unwind, have some you time. Usually that's in the form of a long rest. You get a good night's sleep, you have a drink, whether that's beer or tea or whatever you need to be yourself. You take some time to play a video game, or I mean not in this setting, but you take some time to play a game or to talk with a friend or whatever it may be, and you just reset yourself. And I like that is a mechanic in this game. That is not just we sleep for 8 hours. This broken leg I have is now automatically healed. So you just take time for yourself, and that will reset your scatter. But on top of that, there is the key for each character, KEY as opposed to CHI, key for your character, which is shorthand. I'm assuming for the key motivations for your character, the key core concepts of your character.
It's
Mm.
another music metaphor. A key
There's a lot of
signature.
music metaphors in this game.
Okay.
If you couldn't tell from Heroic Chord.
Yeah. It's a key signature is the set of notes that make up a specific key, that any song that's played in that key is using the same set of notes, just in different orders. So your key is like your fundamental, the notes you play,
Mhm.
that are who you are.
Yep. As someone who figured that out a long time ago, I'm totally here with it. And
Oh, I knew
I'll
you'd get
be
me, Donna.
fully present.
I love that this is a live stream and not just a podcast because none of your reactions.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
amazing.
those are great.
Lucy, I was
I
like,
feel like this does work with the key metaphor too, though, because it's sort of similar with pins in a lock. If you don't hit the right ones, it doesn't work.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can take it.
yeah.
Mhm.
But for an actual rules note on this, your key is defined by 5 key motivations that you pick during character creation, and they can be positive or negative, but they're really 5 key emotions that resonate with your character. And these keywords can be drawn upon once per story arc, once per chapter, if you want to think about it that way, to gain a bonus to a dice pool. And we'll talk about dice pools in just a little bit. But once all of these 5 keys have been used, not only do you reset your scatter, but you also unlock this sort of ideal part of yourself. You get your signature spell pieces. You've explored all of these key motivations, these key emotional concepts of your characters, and you understand yourself better and can unlock more of your potential. So when you pick these 5 key motivations, you also pick a signature spell piece, or 2 signature spell pieces that you can then draw upon once you accept and work through these 5 aspects of your key. But that is also one way of getting rid of scatter, which is really fun.
Yeah.
Uh,
I just really wanted people to have
Yeah.
big anime moments. I wanted it.
Yeah, so you can pick. You have 5 key slots that you have to fill, and there's not really a list. I think there is a random table in here for suggestions for key.
Yes.
But you're not limited by that. This is not a game where you have a menu of options that you cherry pick from. This is a game where you think about your character, and create your own keywords, which can be difficult. Sometimes you have to really think about what one succinct word will get across what you're trying to portray. Have any of you gotten far enough with your character creation? Because I know we're not starting the demo play until next week. Have any of you gotten far enough with your character creation to have keywords to share?
Yep.
Kat, give us an
I
example.
did.
Yes.
Okay. So my character is an enduring crusader. He is Marius Gaius Immovable. He is
Great name.
an engineer, specifically specializing in fortresses. That's his life. His key is resourcefulness, caution, devotion, duty, and confidence. So he is the point of this key is to portray a picture of someone who is a problem solver, who will do what is needed by others, and who has full faith in his own abilities to solve problems for the people he cares about and the people he has a duty to.
I really like that. And I really like it in contrast to the character that I've made, which probably says something about myself. But I really resonated in the section talking about key that stated that it doesn't need to be all 5 positive idealistic qualities. You can throw in negative, heavy qualities in there. And the key I chose for the character I mocked up is resignation, anxiety, compassion, resourcefulness, and inquisitiveness.
I love that.
You can bake that
Um,
that worry, those sort of hampering emotions into your character just as much as you can play off of the idealistic version of yourself.
Yeah. One of the characters I play when my friend Kirsten hosts on the podcast is I play Miller. He is a gambler, and so that's part of his key, but another part of the key is hunger. He's just always hungry, he must have food.
That's a good one.
And it's a key part of his personality. Also, Marius's signature spell pieces are Dauntless Sentinel. So
that
that's
sounds
my big
like a
tough
fun
soldier
one.
boy.
I chose signature spell pieces cascading divination. Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's good. I like that.
Yeah.
I love signature spells because it's every player is just like, okay, is the two flashiest, most extravagant spell pieces
Mhm.
that my character could ever want, and I love them without question every single time.
Yeah, so that's a sneak peek into the magic system in this game, which we'll get to in a little bit. But now that we have the core concept, the basics of how your character is defined, you have your nature attributes, you have your scatter, you have your key motivators. The next big thing to think about is the basics of actually playing the game, how you go about enacting agency through dice. And that's the dice pool that you create. So I really like this game. I really like this game for how you go about solving any particular problem uses the same dice pool mechanics. You need this dice pool for making magic work, and you need this dice pool mechanic for making physical things work, and yada yada. And you don't have all of those little micromanaging +1, -1, advantage, disadvantage. Everything you do is really pretty simple when it comes to the dice pool. So in order to enact whatever you want to enact, when you roll for the chance of that working, building a dice pool, first you decide how you're going to approach the problem. And that goes back to choosing a facet and an applicable skill. And you don't need to have an applicable skill. You can just roll a facet if you don't think you have a particular skill that you can really draw from. So I like that any character can attempt to solve any problem in whatever way they would go about attempting to solve that problem without being hampered by, I don't have the perception skill. I'm not proficient in the perception skill. What's the point in even looking? Which is always
Mhm.
frustrating. Another big aspect of that, which we'll get to in a sec, is the how teamwork focused this game is with the advantage pool. But I'm jumping ahead. So when you're designing a dice pool, you start with a number of d6s equal to your facet, the facet you choose: daring, understanding, subtlety, sensitivity, adaptability. Number of d6s equal to your rank in that facet, and then you add +1 per season, which is the level system, if you're using an applicable skill. And there is a pretty hefty list of skills in here in the book. Where is that? 78 for page 78 for building the dice pool for anyone who has the book and would like to follow along. You can scroll down to a nice list of skills starting at page 81. But what I like again in this is that it is just a bunch of keywords. I mean, you have they're really more examples than necessarily definitions of how rigidly you use a particular skill. They're again keywords. So if you have the skill engineering, you can draw on that keyword of engineering, your skill in engineering, to look at structural integrity or actually build something or come up with a blueprint. Or use that knowledge of engineering to find the best way to get from point A to point B. So it's not just here is your knowledge parentheses engineering skill. It is anything to do with an understanding from a well-rounded perspective of things to do with engineering. But there's a number of different skills. Engineering, fashion is one that I love that you included. I don't personally know
Yeah.
how to use that, but just that there's a skill in fashion that you can take sounds great. Um,
And it's not explicitly just for like the clothes you wear either. It's about like identifying trends and identifying like cultural significance of things
mhm.
like styles of art or clothes or styles of food.
Common
It's just like
customs.
how people signal to each
Yeah.
other belonging. Customs, yes.
Yeah.
This is all kind of folded into fashion.
Yeah.
It's also my favorite skill.
Very
I love fashion.
very cyberpunk with a capital C. If you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
What is it called in there? I don't remember off the top of my head, but flashiness. But fashion in this
Oh,
game isn't just,
yeah.
your flair, your fashiness. It's your ability to understand and work within that understanding of, societal trends and styles and customs and all that.
Yeah, and this is once again one of the things that I find that I really like about this is the flexibility on the skill system as well. I know a couple of my regular players are in the chat, or at least they were earlier, and they'll tell you that in most of my games, I give them an opportunity to explain why they think something would work. And that level of flexibility, I think, is really important if you're trying to tell a story together. And it once again, it takes away some of the limits you might see with some of the other systems that have more rigid roles for their characters, um, just because I'm taking the character that might be geared towards stealth doesn't mean that nobody else can be stealthy. It's a little more flexible, and I like it. I like it better that way.
Yeah, so that's really the basics of the dice pool. You choose your facet, you choose a skill if you have one that you'd like to choose. You add +1 per season, so if you're just a starting character with season 1, you get a +2. If you're a veteran character with 5 seasons on your belt, you get a +5. And that's the basics of your dice pool. Now, we've talked about key already. You can also throw key into this. This is one way of checking off those keywords. When you go about solving a problem and building your dice pool, you can draw from one of those keywords. So you can draw from one of those 5 core motivations, and that will give you a +2 to that task you are rolling. And then the word is checked off, and you can't use it again until the end of the arc. But that is you drawing from that core concept of yourself. And again, it's something that you should encourage players, and players should be encouraged to describe how they're using that aspect of themselves and how it relates to what they're doing to give them a bonus. But once they explore that aspect of themselves, they can continue exploring that aspect of themselves, but mechanically, that's where the bonus ends. So that's your dice pool.
Yeah.
And that means... Sorry, go ahead, Kat.
So,
yeah, definitely.
I was just going to give an example. So, like, if Marius is barricading a wall, like he's barricading a door, he's going to be rolling adaptability because he's using things he can find around. He's going to be using engineering, which is a skill he has. And he's going to be leveraging his key of resourcefulness, again, to use things around him. So that's a pool of 6. Because he's got 3, he's got the skill for 1, and he's using his key for 2. And that's and that's a thing he's extremely good at, actually, is improvised fortifications.
And that's one of the big dice pools, and especially for earlier characters. So you're not dealing with dice pools of like 18 dice. So you don't need a whole brick of D6s to make this game work. You need a small handful.
But I love them.
But you're not going to be overwhelmed with throwing a whole fistful of dice. So once you've assembled your dice pool and you clickety-clack it around in your hand and toss it on the table, what does all those numbers mean? So to determine the success of the dice pool, of the dice roll, 5s and 6s count as successes. 2s, 3s, and 4s are just ignored. And 1s count as edge successes, which is another favorite aspect of this game, because I wholeheartedly stand behind the concept of failing forward. And edge successes are pretty much that. Very much, very similar to taking a devil's bargain in, say, Blades in the Dark. So an edge success, if you roll a 1, you have to negotiate with the GM for a consequence for counting that 1 as a success. So if you roll a 1, it can count as a success, but you're gonna take a consequence for using it, which I think is super fun. It allows the player to say, okay, I rolled 2 straight successes. I really needed 3 to make this work. I have a 1 here. Do I want to risk something, whatever it may be, in order to accomplish this task? And again, is a great way of moving the story along.
Another thing I love is that different players will have different edge
Mm-hmm.
successes that they do and don't like, and different characters will have different edge
Mhm.
successes that they do and don't take. Nick on Sword of Symphonies will take any edge success that involves his character getting hurt. He will not take edge successes that
Mhm.
involve other characters getting hurt. His character is there to protect other people. So that's
Yeah.
a bit of character development that's built through the successes that he does and
Another,
doesn't take.
as you said, another great example of how character development and a personal understanding and exploration of your character and the other players' characters is built into the mechanics of this game. So I'm gonna have some fun with edge successes, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy that. So bring on the
Yay!
ones. Also, I should warn you guys that D6s love me. So if I just throw out fistfuls of 6s, I'm sorry.
Joke's
That's
on you,
true. That's
GM
true.
doesn't
I don't
like
roll
dice
any
in this
dice.
game.
That's right. Anytime I
You
anytime I
did
look at a
it. You
D6
did it.
system, I'm like, oh no, it's Shadowrun again. What am I gonna do to my players? But yeah, that's a great point. The GM doesn't roll any dice. That weight is taken off my shoulders. It's all on you. I'm glad you brought that up. I got distracted by my fear of throwing 6s as a GM. I forgot
Yeah.
you don't. I forgot the GM doesn't roll dice in this game, which I adore. It's entirely player agency driven, and the GM is
Yeah.
there to help direct the story along and therefore negotiations.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, I mean, that right there, those 4 steps is the basics of playing the game. And from there, it's just looking at all these keywords you have, your facets, your skills, spells if they come into it, and deciding how you're going to put those together and utilize them. Okay, so I see that we are at 4 o'clock. We're at our halfway point, and we've gone over the bare bones basics of the game here. How are you guys feeling for a quick break? Get up, stretch your legs. All right,
sounds good
let's
to
take a
me.
quick break
Sounds
here,
good to
and then
me.
we will get back into the meat and potatoes of this game. We're going to talk about crisis and combat, and resolving things as a group, which I really enjoy. It's not one person acts and then another person acts and then another person acts, and people don't pay attention to what each other are doing because it just takes so long. Resolving crisis and combat in this game is very teamwork focused with the advantage pool. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to spend probably quite a while talking about the spell casting in this game. Very simple mechanics, but it is so evocative and so fun to play around with. So we're going to talk about spell casting. And then we're going to talk about how enemies and obstacles are designed and building encounters for those of you who may be interested in taking the GM role. So stick around. We still have a lot to talk about for this game, and once we get through the rest of the rules, we'll go into actually talking about character creation and walk you guys through some of the ideas that these 3 wonderful people have for making their characters. So stick around. We're gonna take a quick break, 5-10 minutes. It really depends on how much time they need to help reset their own scatter, and then we will get back to this. So do stick around. I got some music to listen to in the intermission, and we'll be back for more RPGs Uncovered in just a few minutes. And welcome back to the People's Ascension for some more RPGs Uncovered featuring Heroic Chord. We're about halfway through this first episode, our interview and rules introductory episode. It's been a great time so far. I'm loving everybody in chat with the fun energy and compliments, engagement, and I've seen a number of people talking about their own characters that they're looking to creating. So that's what I'm here for. So it really makes me feel great that it's
Yay.
inspirational and educational for somebody. So hello everybody in chat. Thanks for hanging out with us. And we got more to come because this really has been a great chat. Just talking with everybody, hearing about their own inspirations, and getting the rules out. So let's jump back into this. We've talked quite a bit about the setting, and we've established the basics of the rules, the key features on your character sheet that define who your character is and how they go about affecting change. And we've talked about how dice pools are formed. So now we can talk about what you actually do with those character attributes and the dice pools that you put together. And the first thing that most people think of when getting into a new game, if it's not character creation, it is then combat. But what I like about this game is that it's not just combat. The heading is specifically crisis and combat, because solving a problem, whatever that problem may be, whether it's one large giant enemy, a horde of little horrors, or a storm on the sea, or a building fire, whatever obstacle you may be facing, it all uses the same resolution mechanic. It's all considered combat, whether you're fighting a living being or you're fighting against some sort of obstacle. So once again, this is a system that thrives on narrative storytelling. So when we're looking at crisis and combat and the resolution of those crises, two things that I think are a boon to this system and really define the system is there is no initiative you have to worry about. You work as a team as players, and then the obstacle goes. We'll get more into that. But more specifically, the advantage pool in this game. So I spoke a little earlier about how in some games, gotta call out the D and the other D again, you get bogged down in combat because one person takes their turn, they have to look at their character sheet, they have to pick their spell, or have to pick their ability, they have to go through this whole long list of things to do, they roll their dice, yada yada, and then 2 to 10 minutes later, however long it takes them to do that, then the next person goes, and then the next person goes, and it feels like a bunch of individuals acting in stuttery time to accomplish something rather than a team working together. At least in some groups. Some groups are better with working as a team, but it really puts the onus on the players. This system, I think, really facilitates doing that with the mechanics itself. It puts the onus more on the system than it does necessarily on the attention span and cooperative decision-making of the players, though that latter bit helps, definitely helps. So the advantage pool, to talk more specifically about it, once you get into combat, again, don't bother with initiative. You're going first, your whole team is going first. You then roll for the advantage pool. So this is a group pool of successes that each of the characters can draw on during a crisis. And this is formed by everybody rolling a adaptability and tactics roll. So adaptability is the facet, your nature, and then tactics is one of those skills that you can draw on. So if you don't have tactics, you just roll adaptability. So everybody rolls this check, and whatever successes you get are collectively pooled together and form the advantage pool. And then as you take actions in the game, or actions are taken against you, you can elect to pull successes from that advantage pool to help you overcome whatever this obstacle is. It's I know from my experience with Modifius games, specifically the Star Trek Adventures game, that there's a similar mechanic in that with momentum, where you as a group get a pool of momentum and the GM gets a pool of threat. Um, and you have to work as a team and you have to discuss as a team, hey, do I draw from this pool or should I save it and let somebody else draw from the pool later? So every action you take, or at least every action that you would want to push yourself a little bit more to accomplish, becomes a discussion within the group. And that is another key defining aspect of this game that solidifies it in my mind as a storytelling game rather than a war game, or rather than a strict full immersion role-playing game. Is that everything becomes a discussion. Now, some people might say that's meta. You have to stay in character. You can't discuss things in the heat of combat, but that is a detriment to storytelling sometimes. And I like that this game facilitates and, again, may even necessitate people working together to tell the best story in the best possible way. And that is, again, something that the dice pool helps with, the advantage pool helps with. So I think that was a great feature to throw in there, Kat.
Yay! I'm so glad. This was actually a pretty recent addition. The old combat system was not fun for me as a GM, so I was like, I have to overhaul this, and I'm very happy with
I'm
where it
looking
is
forward to
right
seeing
now,
it in action.
actually.
I really
I
like
like it.
group pools that individuals can pull from to exert themselves,
Yeah.
but affects the group as a whole. So that's going to be fun to work with.
I really like the cooperative aspect of it, rather than each
Right.
one of us working towards our own goal
Mhm.
without communicating. I much prefer knowing what everyone's capable of and coming up with a
Yeah.
solid plan. Like that's how I play these games. I'm not interested in 13 rounds of combat where we each square off with one enemy and then we don't have any kind of structure to
Right.
what our goal is.
Yeah.
And a great segue into what that actual goal is, because combat, and again, the heading is crisis in combat, doesn't necessarily mean bludgeoning something with a sword. It's certainly possible to resolve combat in that way, but there are three goals you can use to accomplish or overcome a particular crisis. So you can try to tackle whatever crisis this is, whether it be an enemy, a living, breathing, swinging a sword at you enemy, or an obstacle that you need to overcome. You can, as a group, decide to focus on destroying whatever this obstacle is, which is more of the, basic form of combat that everybody thinks of. You just bludgeon the problem until it's not a problem anymore. Or you can also choose to redirect the problem, which is redirecting the course of the target, which could be finding creative ways to redirect a fire in the case of a fire consuming a village, or it could be redirecting the course of a negotiation. And then the third option is outlast, which is basically protecting yourself and or removing yourself from whatever the problem is. So you can try to outlast a fire by escaping the fire, or from finding a structurally safe place to hide from the fire, or from, wetting blankets and whatnot. Whatever creative way you want to go about it, there's three different branches that you can go down to resolve this crisis: destroy, redirect, or outlast. So every combat in this game doesn't come down to just bludgeoning people with weapons. And more specifically, there's no equipment list in this game. Not that I could find, unless you hid it from me, Kat, but there's no list of, hey, 10 gold for a sword, 15 gold for a mace, here, shield gives you +2, you get an AC of 13 if you wear this armor. You don't need to worry about that. And again, that is what solidifies this game to me as a storytelling game and not a war game.
I mean, there's mysterious treasures in the GM section.
Yeah,
That's kind of an equipment section, kind of. a little bit.
But just like your ranger is assumed to be competent in being a ranger, you're also assumed to have the gear that you need. Basically, you don't need to worry about buying 50 feet of rope. You're an adventurer, you have rope. Sort of thing. But what I like with resolving crisis, and I think that's a better term for it than combat. It's really just resolving crisis, whatever that crisis may be. You work towards advancing a goal, one of those three goals: destroy, redirect, or outlast. So when it comes to your turn, you have two options. The first is you can simply add to the advantage pool. If you don't feel confident in your ability to advance one of these goals. So you can choose to add to the advantage pool. So any action that would create a tactical advantage can be used to add to the advantage pool. Whether that be a spell that you cast and you negotiate how many successes you add to the advantage pool versus how much scatter it costs, or whether it's a skill test you roll and add those successes to the advantage pool. You can add to the advantage pool to bolster that pool of successes that other people can draw upon. And we'll get to the importance of that later. Or you can choose to advance the goal of the crisis. Characters can take actions to solve a crisis through one of three goals. That's the destroy, redirect, and outlast. And each goal can have a different number of successes needed to advance. Now, Kat, the DC value, the number of successes you need to mark a success towards that goal, to mark an advancement towards that goal, do you generally tell the players what number of successes they need, or is that hidden from them?
I usually tell them when they I usually tell them at the outset. I would also see a good case for telling them when they ask. But like I think it's an important part of the tactical math that they're doing,
Sure.
so I don't usually hide it from them.
So if you're trying to overcome a building fire, which seems to be my go-to for whatever reason, it's unlikely that you're going to be able to destroy the building fire. So to advance that goal, you might need to get like 7-8 advances, or not get 7 or 8 successes in order to mark an advancement towards that goal. Because to destroy a fire, you pretty much have to destroy the foundation of the fire and put it out. Or, I mean, it'd be difficult. It's going to be a lot easier to redirect or outlast the fire. So you might need 7 successes to destroy the fire, whereas you might only need 3 to 5 to redirect or outlast the fire. So it allows you to consider as a group what sort of approach you're going to take to overcoming this crisis. Now, Kat, another practicality or how it works in practice question I have for you. Do you find that as a group, your players discuss which of these three they want to work towards, and then everyone works towards one of those goals? Or do you often find the case where one player is trying to destroy a crisis and like 1 or 2 other players is trying to redirect the crisis?
Usually, I would say 9 out of 10 times the players are like, okay, we're destroying this. Or one of my favorites is whenever I put the party up against a threatening animal, I could make destroy a difficulty of 1. They won't do it.
Yeah.
They don't want to hurt animals. So
players will get along.
Yeah. And that's fine. The players are like, I think we're agreed. We don't want to destroy this. We don't want to fight this giant eagle. We just want it not to eat us. So we want to redirect it. We want to convince it not to eat us. But there have been a couple combats where someone's like, no, actually, I'm destroying. Like, I'm acting to destroy, and y'all can follow me or not. And those are always very kind of interesting.
So just from a, statistical approach, you're more likely to overcome the obstacle if you're all working to solve the obstacle in the same way. But because you're all playing individual characters with individual approaches, it can be equally, if not more interesting, to have one person going about it one way and another person going about it another way. So that'll be fun to explore.
Yeah.
But no matter which way, that actually leads into my second question. When it comes to advancing the goals, it says in the book, once a goal is advanced 5 times, the crisis is resolved. I assume that means the individual goal itself. You need 5 successes for destroy. You need 5 successes for redirect. You need 5 for outlast. You don't need 5
Yeah.
accumulated amongst all
That's
3.
correct.
Gotcha.
Exactly. Yes. So that's
Hmm.
like once there are 5, like once destroy has been advanced 5
Yeah.
times, the enemy is destroyed. The crisis is
So
destroyed.
if your
whatever
party
that
is
means.
split between 2 different approaches, and you have three advancements in Outlast and 2 advancements in Destroy, you have to keep going. That's 5 advancements in total, but you haven't gotten 5 advancements towards one specific goal resolution.
Right.
Which again is going to be fun to play around with, because you can get to that point where characters might be like, if we were working together, we'd be done with this by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My players have had that talk.
And that's it. That's resolving crisis. Unless I'm forgetting something important here, Kat. That's pretty much it.
The enemy
Right.
turn.
Right. Enemy actions are coming up next. But as far as player approach, that's really all you need to know.
Yep,
so
that's
moving
correct,
down
yeah.
to enemy actions and the consequences for those enemy actions. Because Kat specifically brought that up, we'll dabble into magic after this. But enemy actions, and again, enemy should be used lightly because it's really more obstacle. Again, whether it's a living, breathing, attacking enemy or whether it's an obstacle you need to overcome, the opposition will get a number of actions. So we might talk about building encounters a little bit later, because that's mentioned in the book a little bit later. But taking a look at how crisis in combat works from the GM side of things, from the opposition side of things, that starts around page 100. And again, we've talked about there isn't really initiative that you need to worry about. You don't need to worry about staggering. Okay, character A goes, and then enemy B goes, and then character C goes, and enemy A goes. All of the player characters go, and then the opposition takes all of its actions. And on top of that, whether it is a single large enemy or a horde of smaller enemies or some non-living obstacle that you need to overcome, each crisis is embodied by a single opposition. So you don't need to worry about you're not going to be fighting enemy A, enemy C, enemy B, and trying to outlast a fire. The whole situation in and of itself is the opposition. Now, this opposition gets a number of actions it can use on its turn, which, in general, you don't want to have more enemy actions than you have players, because that can get overwhelming. If you're doing like a boss battle or something, maybe like 1 extra, you might be able to stretch. But generally, yeah, number of actions should not exceed number of characters, because the opposition gets to use all its actions at one time, just like the player characters get to use all of their actions at one time. Likewise, Kat, another perspective you can share from your own games. When it comes to the actions that the opposition takes, I assume it's better to try to have the opposition affect the party as a whole rather than focusing fire on an individual character.
Okay. I mean, I've done both. I've also used it for edge successes. I've been like, okay, if you keep the edge successes, you're the target of everything next time I get turns.
I like that.
And if they agree, then I laser them with lasers.
Those automatons.
Nice. I've done it. But I also I often will target the entire party, or if there's one party member who I just feel like bullying. But often the edge successes are what determine whether I focus fire a person or not.
And
I had a really great moment on Sword of Symphonies where I was just like, Kirsten took a bunch of edge successes. I was like, if you take these, I'm only gonna fight one person
Mm.
next round. And Kirsten's like, oh, sure, I will take this. Yes. That person was Kathleen. And so Kirsten just stood by and watched as her party member was mercilessly brutalized. Just, she was not happy. She was not thrilled that she took those edge successes.
There's that
I am
consequence
a
that you
devil.
have to pay. Okay. Good insight. Okay, so once you determine how many actions the opposition is going to take, then you need to figure out what those actions are, define them. This is getting more into the building encounters sort of thing, but if you're looking at the list of encounters that you can find at the end of the book, you can see that the difficulty value for their 3 goals, destroy, redirect, and outlast, is listed there, as well as the number of turns per round that they get, or the number of actions per round that they get, as well as a little menu of different abilities that each adversary, each obstacle will have. Now, each of those, then once you look at all of this, you look at the consequence and the cost for whatever that action is. So if you're following along in the encounter section of the book, and that starts on page 146, if we're looking at Shipwreck, which is the first one here, a horror, two actions per round, and it has, 5 different possible actions. So of these 5 actions, you pick 2 of them, and you do them, and then it goes back to the player's turn. But for each of these actions, you have the name of the action, you have the cost of that action in parentheses, and then you have a description of what happens if they don't take that cost. Now, again, as Kat pointed out before, I don't have to worry about throwing fistfuls of 6s at people because I don't have to roll as the GM. Everything is a player decision when it comes to the enemy side of Crisis Resolution. So each time an enemy chooses to use an action, it can basically be bought off by spending that amount of successes from the advantage pool. So that's why having some characters continually topping up the advantage pool is helpful, because as the enemy takes its turn, you're going to have to draw successes from that pool and able to negate the consequences. So one of the examples we mentioned earlier, a pretty basic one, is the slam action from the Shipwreck. So in the book, it has slam parentheses 3, and the description: the horror creeps close to a party member, slamming its solid core into them for 2 damage and knocking them over, preventing daring rolls for the next turn. So basically, that is what happens. You take 2 damage, get knocked over, and can't roll daring rolls for the next turn, whoever it targets. But you can choose to buy off that consequence, say, no, I don't want that to happen. I'm taking three successes from the advantage pool. And then it doesn't happen. So you don't need to worry about you don't need to worry about the enemy's attack value versus your armor class rating. You simply buy off the consequences. But the more consequences that one person buys off means the next person that might be targeted might have a hard time buying off, other more costly consequences, or using those successes to bolster their own actions in combat, which is another way you can use the advantage pool. So I think that's again a storytelling element towards combat. You don't need to get bogged down in +7 here versus a 17 AC. What did we roll, mathematics, and all of that. It's buying off consequences, so you can look at it from both a narrative perspective and a mechanical perspective, which is fun for me.
Yeah, I love mechanics too much to make a full-fledged story game, because
I think there's a great balance of the two in this.
Oh, I'm glad.
Which actually is a good segue into the other way that taking a hit can be resolved, and that is another character can choose to take the consequences. So if Donna's character is being rushed at by some spectral ghost swinging some big spoopy warhammer, and Pat's character wants to jump in the way and protect Donna's character from taking a serious blow, one character can choose to take half the total amount of successes from the advantage pool in order to take the consequence for the intended character, which I think is a real fun risk reward system to play around with, because the consequence still happens, but it happens to somebody else. So is that worth half the cost, or do you simply have the original intended target buy off the consequence for its full cost? And at what point does throwing yourself in front of other people's consequences start eating away too much from the advantage pool? And how many consequences do those characters take on by doing so? Do you have any fun examples of that from your own adventures, Kat?
Oh God, Nick is doing it all the time. That's why I wrote the rule. He just loves doing it. He was like, "Kat, how do I jump in the way and take the attack?" And I'm like, "How do you what?" I don't know, pay half. And he was like, "Okay, I do it." And like Nick's character Cobb is just like, he's physically the largest party member, and as we discussed in character creation, that's a matter of flavor, but it's established that he's the biggest party member. He sees himself as the party dad. He will not take edge successes that hurt other party members, and he's constantly leaping in the way of attacks. He just loves to do it. And that's why I wrote that rule.
So when I originally looked at this, I thought, okay, why would you ever buy off a consequence yourself when for half the resource cost you could have somebody do it for you? And I imagined everybody just, dominoing themselves in front of the next person to continually take consequences. But unlike buying off the consequence, outright, that person still takes the consequence. So even if that character is throwing themselves in front of a blade, the original character doesn't take the damage, but he still does. Or takes the scatter cost, or is unable to roll a particular facet on the next turn, or whatever the detriment may be, it still happens. So it comes down to whether it's worth half to still take the consequence and just redirect it to somebody else. So I'm interested to see how that comes up in a group, especially a smaller group of 3 players like we have here.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that will come down to, like, again, thinking about things tactically. If we're close to the number of successes that we need, and we don't want to spend as much to prevent the consequence, then yeah, it's absolutely worth it for my character to leap in the way and take the negative effect if I think that Donna or Kat's characters have a better chance of success on the next round.
And likewise, if you start to learn the effects of different abilities, like that slam attack preventing you from making daring rolls, if we know that Donna, I don't know if this is how it's going to work out, but if we know that Donna's character relies heavily on daring rolls, it might be beneficial for somebody to take that hit so that she can still roll daring rolls. But if in the reversed situation that attack is targeting Kat's character, but Kat can't take two damage without getting knocked unconscious, and Donna's character is there to throw herself in front of the slam, do you pay that cost? Do you take that consequence and not be able to roll your best stat? So it definitely adds both a narrative and a mechanical consideration for resolving crisis, which I think is real fun.
Yeah. As you may have guessed, player choice is one of the key aspects of this game. It's just like, if something bad happens to the players, according to the rules, it's because the players picked it. The players decided they wanted it to happen. And that's I like that. I just like the freedom to choose to have horrible things happen to your character, because that's role playing.
It's narratively choosing to have those detriments, but there is also the resource management aspect of it, of continually topping off the advantage pool. So you get both the tactics mindedness of it and the storyteller mindedness of it.
Yeah.
Donna, it looks like you had something to add, maybe? No? Okay.
No,
Cool.
I was
Cool,
just
cool.
excited. I'm just happy to.
Yeah, no, that's great.
I'm just vibing.
I'm here for that.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so a little bit of a recap. Players go. There's the advantage pool. You have two choices when it comes to crisis and combat. You can add to the advantage pool and therefore allow other people to negate the consequences of enemy actions, or to make it more likely for them to succeed when somebody chooses to take the other option, which is advancing a goal. So when you advance a goal, you again use whatever skill or design a magic spell that you might want, and either negotiate for successes or roll for that check. And then you apply those advances towards resolving that goal. And something I may have skipped over the first time, not really drawing in from that advantage pool. If let's say redirect requires 4 successes on a roll to hit, and you only roll 3, you can talk with the group and be like, hey, can I take a success from the advantage pool? Yeah, okay, that's 4 successes. We mark an advancement towards the redirect. So not only is the advantage pool there to help negate consequences on the enemy's turn, but it's there to bolster your ability to succeed on your own turn. So there is a very simple mechanic, but a lot of thought behind resource management in this game. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm so excited
Yeah.
to do combats. We're gonna have fun.
I think this is gonna be
Because if for the audience, if you followed along in the first season with Veil of the Void and that demo play, I'm pretty sure every adversary I threw at the enemy was one I created myself. I'm not really a fan of just taking things from monster manuals. I make my own enemies. So
Ooh.
I am really looking forward to designing enemy abilities in this game and really tempting you with that consequence cost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm even more
That is
excited.
specifically one of the perks of, supporting us on Ko-Fi and Patreon. Those whatever enemies or NPCs I make will go up on there. So you can get a look at how I would design things for this game and tempt players with ridiculous consequences and the cost to negate them. I'm very excited.
Yes. I'm
That's kind of the
even more
tagline
excited.
for RPGs Uncovered, because it was said just as much in the first season. Just, I'm very excited. RPGs Uncovered, I'm very excited.
'Cause I love every time the Pat and Donna will attest to this. I love every time people build characters in this game. I lose my shit. My apologies. I demand that people show me their characters immediately. I'm just sitting there vibrating like a sugared up 3-year-old, just like show me.
Something else you'll be able to find.
I'm so excited for when we meet them later. I'm so excited to meet Donna and Pat's characters in more detail, and I'm excited to see what kind of encounters you create. I'm also vibrating like a sugared up 3-year-old. Just yes. Show me what you've written.
All right.
I love it. So I'm over the moon.
Okay.
Absolutely. Wild.
Yeah. No, I am right there with you. So we talked about crisis and combat, both from the player side and from the enemy side, and we focused mainly on the how to do it and not the approach to do it. So we've already talked about how you form the dice pool and roll for skill checks, but we haven't talked about spellcasting in this game yet, which for me is a big draw. Because again, it goes back to the scatter mechanic, and it goes back to creative thinking for solving a problem. So spellcasting in this game. First and foremost, it is a non-Vancian magic system, which I adore. And for people who have not heard the term non-Vancian magic system or Vancian magic system, for you youngins out there, the D&D was, the magic in D&D was originally created in inspiration by an author named Jack Vance, who wrote fantasy novels, and the way that wizards or whatever mages, whatever he called them, used magic was that they studied a spell book at the beginning of the day, cast the basic proponents of that spell at the beginning of the day and memorized the final components of that piece in their mind and continually recited them throughout the day, keeping them fresh in the forefront of their mind until they used them. And once they used them, drew from that knowledge, finished that spell, and cast it out in the form of a spell, they stopped concentrating on how that spell works. They forget how to do it. The spell slot has been spent. The spell has been cast. You can't do it again. And that's how Magic came to be formed in D&D and other games like it that stemmed off from that same line of thinking. So a non-Vancian Magic system, you don't have spell slots to worry about. You don't have a menu of cherry-picked spells to have to worry about. You, in a lot of games, a lot of non-Vancian Magic system games, you still have a resource pool that you have to buy spells from, and in this game, that is scatter. So as you cast spells, you accumulate more and more scatter. But one of the things I like about spellcasting in this game is that it's a negotiation. It's not choosing from a menu. And it's very creative focused. So to talk specifically on that, and we've hinted at it here and there throughout the conversation, but to form a spell in Heroic Chord, there are at least 2 pieces you need. Now, at character creation, when you design your character, part of designing your character is choosing personal spell pieces, and that is based off of the class that you choose. Each one has a nice size list of spell keywords to choose from, and you choose 6? Yeah, you choose 6.
Yep.
Out of like a dozen and a half, whatever options you have. And that is 1/2 of a spell's name. None of those keywords come with really any direction other than the keyword itself as to how you would use those pieces. Likewise, for the other half of a spell's name, you have to look to the terrain spell pieces. So any environment that your character is moving through will have a list of its own spell components, its own spell pieces. So in order to cast a spell, you need to ask what the spell pieces in the environment are. And this goes back to the core concept of magic in Heroic Chord, and that is reaching part of yourself out into the world around you and drawing from it. So it requires both you working in concert with your environment in order to cast spells, which I think is a real fun druidy way of doing things.
Yeah, this is probably the part that I'm most excited about for this game. Is this particular magic system? I've always preferred giving more leeway and creativity, especially when it comes to magic, because you're in a fantasy world. You're warping reality to suit your will. So why is it that every wizard can do fireball? Why?
And must.
Yeah, and so why aren't we looking more at, well, what around us could be tampered with in order to alter reality to suit our needs? And that approach to magic has always sort of intrigued me more.
And Fireball is a perfect example of how this game doesn't really rely on spell slots or predefined notions of spell level. So if you want to create a fireball, you could use the same spell pieces that you may use to simply light a torch. It is apply fire. Or whatever 2 words associated with fire and making whatever impact you want to use that fire for. So you have your personal. No, go ahead.
I think it's also. Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna comment. Like, I think one of the things that I know, Jack, you and we talked about when it was like time to like, oh, let's just pull out the 2 words and then make a spell from it. It doesn't always have to be like combat based, which I really liked as well. Is that like you can come up with a spell that, like Pat said, like warps reality, but doesn't necessarily mean, oh, I'm gonna only be able to use this to take out a big bad guy. It's more like, oh, well, I'm in this situation. If I use this spell and I want the spell to do this, I can do it. And so I really agree with like y'all, like that this sort of spell casting, the system, it really lends itself to
Mhm.
creativity and autonomy. Like you can do whatever you really want to do. And that's also really super cool. And there's no limit to
Yeah.
the only limit is like your imagination, I guess.
And
And,
how
like-
much scatter you want to give up.
There is
Yeah.
that. But like every person I've played with has cast different kinds of spells when I play this game. So it's one of my favorite things as well, is just watching what people come up with is really delightful for me, even as a GM.
And over the course of play, especially with multiple
Like-
groups, you could have two people that use the same keywords, the same personal spell word, and the same terrain spell word, and make drastically different spells from them. One of the you mentioned Vampire the Masquerade, World of Darkness as one of your inspirations for parts of this game.
Oh,
I
yeah.
see mage in
Yeah.
this because that's another game where mages can do pretty much whatever the hell they want to do as long as they can justify how they're doing it, which is real fun
Yep.
for me.
It's
So
It's
I
fun.
am looking forward to seeing the creativity you guys come up with throwing spells at me.
yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm so excited to produce a magical spell. Another thing I very much love is that where's my making magic chapter? Yes. Like it explicitly says like you decide what your character's
Mhm.
magic looks like. Decide like what kinds of practical effects or what kind of special effects or what kind of like if you were playing a video game, what would appear on screen when this spell is cast? Like we have a character in Sword of Symphonies who's like you could hear crashing waves and smell the ocean when he casts spells.
Mhm.
Like and I love that especially. I always bully my
Yeah.
players into
Oh,
telling
I
me
do the
that
same
'cause
thing
it's
because
really
flavor
important.
often isn't all that well defined in how spells work, even in, like menu systems of spells like in D&D. So when any of my players say that they cast a spell, I usually ask them, what does that look like? And I've gotten some really creative responses from that.
Yeah.
And this game sort of bakes that right on in there with not only with having to decide how the spell works, and in having to decide how the spell works, you're almost forced to envision what that looks like, how it comes about, how it manifests.
Yeah.
So I really like that. Like I said, I'm really looking forward to the spells you throw at me, especially
Yes.
considering the next part here, chords, which is your teamwork mechanic. Just like with Crisis Resolution and the Advantage Pool, spellcasting can and in plenty of circumstances should be a group activity. So you can form chords of spells, and that is simply the fancy way of saying that other people can throw their own spell words into the mix of this spell you're creating and share the scatter cost for it. So other characters may
Yeah.
join in casting a spell by adding their own word to the spell name, thus increasing the versatility and or power, whatever discussion, negotiation there may be for what the spell does, how much it costs, and how much everybody takes as far as scatter, leading into the next part, and share the scatter cost for the spell. And because you're working together to share that burden of casting the spell, if a caster would be brought to 10 scatter from a chord spell, you don't fall unconscious, but instead lose the ability to cast again until you rest. Which I think is a fun way of, okay, I'm getting high up there on scatter. I don't. It might be risky for me to do this alone. I don't feel like I can do this alone, but I have my friends with me. We can do this together. We can share the cost, and we're all gonna be okay. It's so
Wholesome.
it's so wholesome.
So wholesome.
Yeah. Yep. That's
Mm-hmm.
absolutely why that rule is there. That's exactly correct.
And
I get
Yep.
by with a little help from
Great
my
song.
friends.
And then finally, the last spell components you may wish to use in creation of a spell are the assist spell pieces. So we mentioned that a little earlier, that each class has an assist ally that you can draw from. The Cloud Elks, or little imps you get from the Wailing Arcanist. If you couldn't tell, that's my go-to class. each of those allies have their own 2 spell words. So you can choose to, instead of using one of your own personal spells, you can substitute in one of the assist spell pieces. So each character has an ally associated with their class. These allies have 2 keywords, which can be used as part of casting a spell. When using these spell pieces, it counts scatter towards the assist pool, which you also share with using specific abilities from those allies. So you have to balance whether you're using an assist pool for your allies' abilities or whether you're using it for casting spells using the assist spell pieces. But again, that assist spell or the assist scatter pool is 5 scatter, so it's half of your full personal scatter, but it counts separately. And as we said before, once you fill that up, you get a detriment associated with that particular assist pool, which is fun to play with. So again, a good amount of resource management in this game, but it's all, you know, baked right into that delicious narrative cake. So once you've put all of your spell pieces together, you need at least 2, but if you have more characters working together, you can get really long spell names. Once you have your spell name made, it then goes into the negotiation phase. And that is just talking between everybody who has contributed to the spell and the GM and deciding what the spell does, how it is going to affect the situation, and help resolve the situation, whether that be adding successes to the advantage pool or fully advancing a goal in one of the goals for crisis resolution, whether that is getting past some obstacle or providing a boon to some other player's dice roll going forward, and then the continued negotiation of the cost of that spell. So the player would suggest how the spell works based on the name of the spell. That would go back and forth with the GM, and then, or intermixed with that discussion, is the cost of that spell. And you can find guidelines for that, if you're following along, on page 95 of the rulebook. So adding a single success to the advantage pool, or providing a small boon to another dice action in the future, taking a small step to resolving a problem, those are simple actions that might only require 1, 2, maybe 3 scatter points. But if you're trying to go all out, if you're trying to do something fantastical, if you're trying to resolve a problem outright, you know, you can get up to 5, 7, 10 scatter at a time. If you want to just drastically change the world around you, you can say, I will spend all of my scatter. Make this stop. Kat, do you have any cool examples of both low and ridiculously high scatter cost spell usage?
Oh yeah. Oh goodness. One of our characters, Tissa, Kathleen's character. Like, there's no such thing as a caster class or a
Everyone can use
non-caster
magic.
class in this game. But Kathleen is the party wizard. She solves every problem with magic. That's just how her character is. And one of my favorites was the spell New Heat, which created this little glowing ball of heat that she just kind of tossed between her hands to keep warm.
Magical fidget spinner.
And I was like, that's a little magical heated fidget spinner. And I was like, I'm not charging you more than 1 scatter for that. That's a little cute thing. But she's always doing little cute things like that. It's like, I cast a spell that keeps the rain off us. Little things like that. One time the party cast the chord True Searing Flame Arrow, which was extremely
Sounds
anime.
fun.
It was very dramatic. One time Kirsten cast the spell Flying Shark, and I forgive her. I forgive her for that because I was the one who gave her the word shark. I should have known Rob had the word flying. I should have known it, and I should have thought about it, but I didn't. But Kathleen's character Tissa also has the ability Overscatter, which means she can cast spells much bigger than 10 scatter. It will knock her out, but she can go all out, just do the huge spell and faint. And she did that once. I forget what the name of the spell was, but she completely sealed off a demon's domain so that no human could enter it and get stuck in there again.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
And then was knocked
Right.
out and had to be dragged out by the party.
So again, the only limiting factor is your
Get an-
creativity and the scatter cost. And I love that it's a negotiation, finding the sweet spot between the two.
Yeah. Because it's I think in D&D spells are, in ways, they're inflicted by the players on the GM. And I don't think that's
Or
always
vice versa,
necessarily very
because
fun
again,
for
the GM
everybody.
can inflict them on the player.
Or vice versa. Yeah, but they're very one-sided in that regard. And I like Magic being like, okay, we've you know what you want it to do. I know what I want it to cost.
It's a conversation for a storytelling element
agree.
to move the story forward in an interesting way. That's what I'm all about.
Yeah. And I love it.
Okay.
Yeah,
does
yeah.
anyone, whether my players here or the audience, have any questions about spellcasting? Really anything we've talked about. We haven't done questions yet. I know there's a bit of delay on chat, so I'll keep an eye on chat if anyone has any questions.
One thing that I'm loving, by the way, chat, I'm loving this. I have, like, these questions that Jack has asked me today are the only ones that I have been asked about this game. So the fact that you're capable of explaining the game in this much detail, despite me never having taught it to you, makes me feel a whole lot better about my
That's what
rules
I'm here for.
templating. Like, I feel really good about my rules templating, knowing that just having been given the manual, you're capable of explaining it to this level.
No, Trevor with Veil of the Void said the same thing last season. It's almost like this is what I'm here for. Like, this is what the show is about.
Yeah, but it's true. But if I had done a bad job with the rules, your job would be much
I've said
harder.
before, the greatest compliment I can give a creator is a useful table of contents. A useful formatting.
Yeah.
Because really, I'll be honest, one of the key things I try to do with this is not only show how quick and easy it can be to learn a game, but practice how quick and easy it can learn the game. I wrote this whole little outline document and went over how I was going to go about doing this today in like 2 hours yesterday. Dang. So it doesn't need to be difficult to learn a game. It helps that I've been doing this for a decade or longer, and that the book, the manual, is well laid out. But once you know what to look for and how to read a book, you can really pinpoint the basics of what you need to know and learn a game really quickly. So if you have 2 hours and the knowledge to do so, you don't need something like this, and you can pick up a book and you can parse through it real quickly and see what you need. But not everybody can do that. Not everybody has 2 hours to do that. Not everybody has the experience to be able to do that. So I know this being a full 4-hour stream, a lot of this is commentary and just bouncing back and forth. But I think I could probably, it took me, I think, a accumulation of about half an hour over like 5 or 6 videos for Veil of the Void. I could probably get this one done with my bite-sized tutorial with maybe 15 minutes or so. So keep an eye out for bite-sized tutorials going up on Ko-Fi and Patreon for free. Little like 1 to 5 minute videos on how things work. And because this system is so much less crunch and so much more narrative, those videos are probably going to be real quick and concise and just have a lot of really fun examples tacked onto them. So I'm really looking forward to making those. So whether you are available to watch this stream either now or on the VOD, if you're on the VOD, hello, thank you for watching. Whether you have 4 hours to listen to commentary and us just simply gush about the game and talk about things, you can, if you want a much more succinct explanation of how everything works, just wait for those videos to come out on YouTube and Ko-Fi and Patreon. Anyway, little bit of foreshadowing as far as what I'm going to be doing with RPGs Uncovered. I think that pretty much the other thing I wanted to highlight, we've talked about dice pools, we've talked about skill checks, we've talked about crisis in combat and spell casting. One thing I really like in this game is that there is a rule set simply for exploration's sake. There is the discovery rules. Discovery on page 86. It's real simple. Again, there's not a lot of crunch in this game. Not a lot of numbers you have to worry about. All very storytelling, narrative focus. But on page 86, there is rules for just simply discovering the world around you through exploration. So exploration and discovery is a key aspect of this game, and both as players and as GMs, you shouldn't shy away from exploration for exploration's sake. There doesn't need to be, you find this vista and you get a +1 to something, or you find this grotto and there's a sword and a stone that you can pull for a +1 magic sword, or whatever it is. As Kat said before, your inspiration was that sort of landscape literature that you took in, and I think this game facilitates doing that in a role-playing storytelling way. I know when I play video games, I do look out for just nice vistas. I know some games even build them in as points of interest that don't give any sort of, there's no reason to go there, there's no treasure, there's no bonuses, it's just here. We designed a pretty picture for you to look at it if you want to. So I love that there are discovery and exploration rules in this game, and that it can be used depending on what facet you use to go about it to possibly get helpful rewards, but also observe and understand and process and work with your environment using those different facets. So whatever facet you use will determine what, if anything, the character finds. So if you're using, this is the bulk of the discovery section in the rulebook, is just examples of how this would work out. But let's say you're using adaptability. In the book, it says here you can discover something useful. Maybe it's a patch of thick, sturdy vines that could be used as rope if you need more rope in some instance. Or it helps you find fruit or other edibles along the journey to help you survive. Again, a lot of that is built into. There's no equipment section of this game. You don't need to roll a wisdom survival check in order to forage for food. But if you want to make it a fun, narrative, enjoyable aspect of your game, that's where the discovery rules come in. Or if you roll. No, go ahead, Pat.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I really appreciate that is an aspect of the game, because, there are some people who do just want to sort of get on with the story, and others that are looking for more flavor text. And I joke that my my players, every time we stop anywhere, they want a detailed description of the menu at every inn.
Yeah.
And it's things like that can really help you with immersion in the world. And this sort of gives you a way to seek that out rather than just being completely narrative focused all the time.
I know, as a world builder myself, I put a lot of time into designing the world. Maybe not drawing maps, but designing the world around me, putting in points of interest, thinking about how you would describe various landscapes or situations that may come up. So I really like that there's a rule system in here that encourages that.
Yay.
Kat, in your experience, how often does discovery for the sake of discovery come up?
Not necessarily every arc, but every so often my players will just be like, you know what? This is a neat place. I would like to roll discovery. Or one time, actually, Chad has mentioned shopping for presents, and actually that's what we did. I was like, you know what? You guys are going on a shopping trip. Pick
That's
a
a great
facet and give
example.
me a discovery roll, and I'll tell you what you find at the market. And that was very rewarding. Sometimes usually when I thrust them into a new environment, at least one of my players will be like, okay, discovery time.
Okay. Let me throw a little
Um,
GMing at you here then. Just for some fun improv. Yeah, let me see
Dun,
here.
dun,
What do I
dun.
what do I got? What do I got? This is gonna be fun. I'm putting you on the spot. Okay. I
Yeah.
want to roll me. Because it's not a skill check, right? You just use a facet. You're not drawing from a skill. Let's
Yeah.
see. I have my little mocked up character here. I want to go on a shopping trip, but this character is a much more higher points into understanding. So if I roll 1d3 here for my 3 points in understanding, and I got no, I need 3. It's 3d6. I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong in my own explanation show. 3d6. Yeah. There's my love of sixes, or the d6's love of me. I rolled 2 6s on 3d6. What do I find?
Understanding means you find something relevant. So on 2 successes on understanding, I would say that you duck into a local pawn shop. It's not particularly large, and your shoulders graze the shelves as you walk past. And tucked behind an object on the shelf is something that you know was stolen a long time ago. Maybe like the NPC that you're interacting with has been missing this object, but like something that someone has been hunting for is sitting in a dusty pawn shop off a back alley. Is
Awesome.
what I would do there. It seems neglected. It's in the shadow of some common household object like a beat up Dutch oven. And what this little treasure is doing there, who
Very
knows,
nicely
but-
answered, considering I gave you no context for the situation of the character.
And you picked the one facet
No.
that requires the most context.
Yep.
Yeah.
Understanding.
Yeah. If you roll understanding, you find something useful.
It's almost like I try to be difficult.
Relevant. If you if you roll adaptability, you find something useful. If you roll subtlety, you find something fleeting. If you roll sensitivity, you find something wondrous. And if you roll daring, you find something dangerous.
Ooh.
Dangerous shopping trip. You stumble upon some fireworks that might have a faulty ignition. Some old automaton arm that might be a little twitchy.
List of cursed items.
You go into, like, you stop into a pub for a sandwich and you notice that the place is super not up to code fire-wise. And the important thing about rolling daring is that this gives you a chance to recognize a danger before the GM visits you on it. And just like, this place is a fire hazard.
I do like that you called to that, because I do remember reading that rolling daring shouldn't put the player in a dangerous situation. It should just show them the dangerous situation that they could fall into in the future. So you shouldn't shy away from rolling danger thinking that you're going to fall into something detrimental. So it's a forewarning.
Yeah. My favorite example for daring discovery rolls is
Tracking.
in the book. It's tracks of a large predator. It's like, you spot feline tracks that are the size of dinner plates.
That's one chonky cat.
Like, yeah, be alert to the fact that something with feet the size of dinner plates is in this area.
Yep.
Bye. Like, and that was actually the giant eagle. That was how I revealed the giant eagle to the party. Was Kirsten rolled daring discovery, and I was like, a shadow passes overhead. It is a bird the size of your ship. And she's like, cool. Noted.
I can have
yeah.
It's almost
like
my players did something similar in the last game of D&D and saw a giant dragonfly overhead. Because that's not going to be a problem going forward at all.
Because it's a good moment, and I think discovery is about producing moments, and it's a way of saying, hey GM, I would like a moment.
Yeah,
let's have a moment. And I'm choosing to roll adaptability, so I would,
because sometimes it's just nice to have a fun narrative moment without it being a crisis.
Yeah. And as part of why I like, Wondrous, as Chad has pointed out, is just like if you're moving through the world with sensitivity, you see beautiful things. If you're moving through the world with subtlety, you see fleeting things. You see things that you're not supposed to see. If you move through the world with adaptability, you see useful things. And so that's
again, it
kind of
puts
where that came
emphasis
from.
on how you approach the situation rather than a physical or mental application of the situation. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything boils down to, again, just that defining and exploring of moments, and whether that be personal moments or moments out amongst a vista or moments working together as a team. I'm very excited to tackle a much more narrative creativity focused game.
Yay.
Come up with those moments. And I think that a game like this you can certainly prepare for. But I'll throw this question at you, Kat, from your GMing experience. This game to me sounds like one that really requires a good amount of improv. Definitely.
Yeah. I prep encounters, and that's more or less the size of it, frankly. My own GMing style is very improv heavy, and that's so I've wrote a game that will be pleasant for me to GM. But I do have to prepare encounters.
Right.
I wouldn't suggest winging those
that's
unless
a
you're
lot to
going
come
out
up
of the
with
manual
on the spot. Number of actions, cost, ability. Yeah.
That would be stressful. But by and large, for an arc, I'm just like, where is the party? What kind of place is it? And what is happening there? And if you can answer those questions, you can answer most of the questions.
And that goes for players as well. On the other side of the proverbial screen, there is an onus on the players for being creative and having improv skills, which I know when I talk to specifically Pat and Donna here, I made a point to point out, because this is going to be a very improv, creativity focused heavy game. So I feel like I definitely have ideas in mind, and I'm going to be prepping things, but I am equally, if not more so excited, scratch that, definitely more so excited for seeing what kind of things you throw at me, you three throw at me, that I then have to just riff off of, because that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
And
that's the
that
stuff.
This is a game that really plays to that. So if you're not a player that is comfortable designing and negotiating abilities on the fly, if you're not a player that is comfortable with both mechanical and narrative improv, if you're not a GM that approaches things that way, if you're a GM that is much more methodical and about planning things ahead of time, this game might not be for you, and that's fine, because not every game is for everybody. And that's fine. Yep. That's not a criticism on anyone's part as a player or a GM or on Cat for the game. It's just not every game is for everybody. But if you like improv and you like creative problem solving, this is your game. This is it.
Yay.
And I am here for that.
Yay. I'm so excited.
With that, I mean, that's it. That's the rules for the game. Can you think of anything I'm missing?
Yeah.
I know we've been talking for a while here. Obviously, there's a lot you can look into as far as each of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 classes.
7.
Plenty you can read about on the classes and the few abilities that they have that are built into their class and their little ally assist pool sort of thing. There is a lot of just beautiful information, beautiful setting information on the world itself, the world of Amilta, the Daeliths, the Rangers, the demons and horrors and all that. A lot of real fun stuff you can read about the setting and the different places in the world. So there is a lot more to this book than just the rule system and a monster manual. There is a full setting here, and a lot of useful tools for GMs as well. with random tables that can be used for GMs or players to help them build characters, build NPCs, or even help tweak environments and whatnot. And tools on here for building encounters and different just sort of quality of life advice for being the GM. I really like the section in here entitled the GM's Art that just has a lot of like really good GMing advice in it that can be useful for any system, not just this game. Yeah.
That's so important to me, I think, because if a game is hard to GM,
Mhm.
nobody's going to play it because a game requires a GM. And so anything you can do, the GM is a difficult role, and anything you can do to make that role easier makes it easier
Mhm.
for the game to even happen.
I can relate to that.
And yeah, like I've encountered games that are lots of fun, but that are difficult to GM that I can't convince
Mhm.
my friends to run for me, so I guess we're not playing. Like,
I'm
or
looking
else
at
I'm
you,
gonna knuckle
Shadowrun.
down and oh boy, howdy. Oh, and it's yeah, I think that anything you can do to make the
Yeah.
GM's life easier, you should do. As if you're writing a game. So it's you should absolutely give GMs the freedom to tell their own stories in their own way, but you should also give them the tools in case tell your own story your own way is
Right.
not
If
a
it
concrete
becomes
enough starting
overwhelming,
point.
which can happen if you're not given enough context.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
there's a lot of great stuff in this book. So I believe Kat before already posted some links to where you can get the quick start guide or whatever terminology you use for the free version.
Yeah.
The playtest manual.
The playtest
Everybody calls
manual.
it something different.
It's
It's the full manual.
It's the full manual. It's just it's
Oh,
just plain it's
well,
just
then
plain
you have no
text.
reason to pick that up. But you have
Yeah.
an amazing reason to go pick up the hand painted version because it's freaking beautiful.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous.
Aw,
If
thank
you
you.
like the
I love
overlay
to
I
paint.
created for this stream, all of that is from the hand painted book. Yep, it's all
Yeah,
Cat
I
here.
did it.
Beautiful formatting in this, and I adore the chapter title pages, especially the pages for
Oh, I'm so glad.
the classes, and how each class has a different
Yes.
flower on the different colored flower on the vines. I love it. I love it.
Yes. Yes. I'm so glad.
Yeah, so
That was the
go
fun
pick up
part.
the free version of the rules if you just want to check it out. But if you like the game, if you want to support Cat here, and you just want a beautiful work of art, go pick up the painted version of the manual because it's great.
Yay. It's also
Yeah,
a fully laid out PDF,
that
so it's easier
exactly
to navigate as well.
that. That's the one I'm using. And like I said, great table of contents.
Yeah.
Great table of contents.
Yay.
Okay. So I believe that yeah, and even on the I know I use WPS, so I can roll out an external table of contents and scroll through there. But if you're just using the actual page for the table of content, you can just click on the chapter and it'll bring you right to it. I love that. All right. Anyway, I
Yeah.
think that's it for rules explanation. So we still have a good half hour or so left before the end of our show. Let's talk about our characters moving forward into the Creeping
Yay.
Tangle. So, as far as character creation in this game is really quite simple. You don't need to worry about rolling a bunch of dice to determine your stats. You don't need to worry about scrolling through a whole multiple pages of feats and skills and bonuses and equipment and armor, weapons, yada yada. There is about page and a half character sheet that you can get. I believe that is. I know, Kat, you sent me a whole zip of awesome stuff. I assume you can just get that on your website, the character sheet, right? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. I'm really bad at character sheets, so when I do like a I want a proper freaking hardback release at some point someday, and I will get a professional to do my character sheet because I have experience doing layout. I'm literally a layout professional, but character sheets.
I mean, I think it's a nicely designed character sheet. It's simple. Everything you need is right there. It is by default a Word doc and not a PDF that I think a lot of people are used to. The only thing I added to the character sheet in the scatter section, I put underneath it an assist pool, just to keep track of the assist pool.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I think that covers everything you need. So if you want to take a look at Kat, you might be able to navigate your page better than I can and throw a link down. But where people would be able to get a character sheet from.
Let's see.
It's got to be on the itch.io.
Well, I know that. Yeah, there's definitely one included with. Is there one included with the Harmony Jam special? No. So, there's one included with the playtest package, which is here. I'm going to link the playtest package again.
Package comes with the full rules and a character sheet. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know we have a number of people in chat here who are thinking about building some characters. So if you wanna follow along, let's take a look at the character sheet and bounce back and forth with our players as to how they're going to build their character. So there's the normal. One thing I also really like about this character sheet, you have a place on there just for pronouns, which is nice in this day and age.
Yeah.
So you have your character's name, and then right next to that, you have pronouns. Which is nice, and it forces people who, maybe not forces, but it encourages people who usually think of, this is my guy character and this is my girl character, to think about other characters that they can explore, or be made aware that other people may make other characters with other pronouns. It's just a quality of life thing that I'm glad we're seeing in this day and age. But under that, you have class and season, which is basically, again, season is your character's level. So you would pick your class, and there is, let's see, character creation in the book. That is page 11. And this is one of the best instances of your long story short little boxes at the top of the chapter. I love the long story short box for character creation. Everything's right there. So when you make your character, the long story short box. I mean, first step is right there. Choose your class. So you would go through the list of 7 classes. That is the Wailing Arcanist, Windswept Cavalier, Enduring Crusader, Beckoning Infiltrator, Wandering Magus, Tidal Navigator, and Volcanic Tracker. And they are all as awesome as they sound. So I believe our group here, what did we settle on? We had a Windswept Cavalier, a Beckoning Infiltrator, right? And an Enduring Crusader? Yeah.
Yep.
So if you head over to their respective sections in the book, again, my go-to is the Wailing Arcanist. So if you go over to there, in each of the chapter sections, you get a little blurb about what it means to be a ranger with that particular class, and most importantly, the Daelith that you're getting your abilities from. I really like the Wailing Agrippina. I love it.
Yay!
So there's some nice setting information and context for your character there. A number of background questions to help you think about your backstory and help define your character if you need a little bit of kickstart in that backstory creation process. And then it goes into, obviously, the specific abilities of your character. So it has your survival specialty, and each character has a different survival specialty. For the Wailing Arcanist, that is high altitude. So in high altitude environments, I don't need to worry about lack of or thin atmosphere. I'm not going to fall unconscious. What is another survival specialty? Any of you have that marked down?
Yep.
Donna, what's
Yep.
Windswept Cavalier? What's your survival specialty?
Yeah. It is called Surrounded by Life, which I think is very dreamy and very beautiful. And it's while in a forest environment, you cannot be forced to gain scatter, and you can actually
Oh,
scatter
wow,
up to
nice.
12 instead of 10.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah. So there's like a lot more to
Yeah.
do before you pass out.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Then there is the assist pool section. I know with a Wailing Arcanist, I get a little familiar demon, little imp that I get to play around with. Let's see, Pat, what is your character's assist pool? The Infiltrator.
So the infiltrator, rather than having like an animal companion, they're all about the people they've met along the way. So essentially, you always know someone. So the spell pieces for it are together and us. It's all about teamwork. It's all about, we are in this together type things. And then some of the assist abilities you have are things like direct line. You can silently send a message to someone you know, no more than a single sentence, and they can send a similar message back. Um, and this is part of what drew me to this class, is the sense of being connected with the community and things like that. I really like that aspect, but it's also the consequences that I read about in the assist pool in particular, and that sort of gave me some inspiration for the character, because the consequence is, who am I? And as you scatter into the assist pool, you get closer and closer to the people that you know, and you start to sort of overlap with them. As you're losing your own thoughts, you're getting overlap of theirs, and you start to take on their mannerisms. And if you scatter too far into it, you could completely lose who you are and think that you're someone else. And that, I in particular, I was drawn to that because I spent a long time doing sales, and you kind of have to be on all the time. You have to be upbeat, you have to be ready to adapt to whoever you're talking to. And if you are depressed, or if you're having an off day even, or any number of other things, my way of getting around that was
Mirroring.
take on the mannerisms of somebody else I know. Start acting like some actor I saw on TV who played a role similar to what I'm trying to convey.
I have been there.
So, yeah, I mean, it's something that a lot of people can relate to, and it's something that I thought was an interesting concept of, well, what if you took that too far?
I like it. That's going to be fun to play around with.
Yeah.
And then you have your starting skills. So each class has a list of starting skills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe every class has a list of 5 starting skills that you just start out with. And then you pick another another 6 spells. Another 4. Let's see, where are we here? Where did that go? Yeah, page 11. Yes, you choose another 4. Yeah, another 4. Choose another 4 skills from a list of skills in the book. Which is, for anyone following along, where did I say skills were at? I don't have that one written down. Oh no. Anyway, there's a list of skills that you can choose from. And as I said before, they're all very evocative. There are little explanations and minor rules and examples of how they can be used. But I like again that it's really just another set of keywords that you can use to inspire you to solve problems along with the facet that you're using to do so. So you have your starting skills, and you
Yeah.
have 4 skills that you get to pick from. So everybody's going to have the skills associated with their class, and then they have skills that make them unique. And you can pull those skills into your backstory and decide, I know this particular skill, whether it be fashion. Why is my character particularly skilled at fashion? Why are they good at reading people and blending in with people? And how do they engage in fashion? Both in their personality and their backstory. And then there are spell pieces. So when you're looking at the character creation guide, again on page 11, the long story short box, that is basically the first step. Choose your class and then choose your 6 spell pieces. And I should really open yeah, here we go. With the Welling Arcanist, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know if do they all have the same basic number? Yeah. So every class
They've all got
have
12 and you
12
pick
to
half.
choose from. You choose 6, and those make up your personal spell pieces. Which is just so fun. I love it. Yeah, but because there's a list here, you get half of them. That means if one person makes a Wailing Arcanist and another person makes a Wailing Arcanist, you could have drastically different spells, different spell pieces, and use those spells in different creative ways when matched with the terrain. So you got your class, you got your spell pieces. We've talked a bit about the 4 skills you get to choose, and some of the abilities that you get from your assist pool. But then, depending on the season of your character, the level system of your character, you would choose an ability. So with a starting character at season 1, you would choose a season 1 ability, and those are again baked into your character class. So have we picked out our season 1 abilities for our characters? All right.
Yeah.
I have.
Kat, what is your season 1 ability as a crusader?
Marius is a maze master. He cannot be lost.
Oh, damn. That's
His,
really good.
His pilgrimage was in a labyrinth underground. He can't get lost.
All right. I'll have to remember that. I like making my players lost.
That sounds.
There's 2 other players.
I just have to
that
figure out
can
how
get
to
lost.
separate you from the
Sorry,
crusader.
Believe me, I am
Awesome.
very capable of getting lost.
Yeah, Pat, what about your character? What is their season ability?
So the one that I took was expanded lexicon, which lets me use another assist ability. I can use any spell piece that someone I know can use, and I like the idea of just having that extra option of saying, I feel like I want to do something that I can't quite accomplish here, so let me just call on somebody else.
Again, with the teamwork focus and a versatility to the character because of your ability to work with people. I like it.
Yeah.
I like characters that have a lot of versatility. The more I can do, the
I'm
happier
there with
I
you.
am.
Donna, what about you?
My season 1 ability is is Forest Whisperer, which essentially means that she could talk to any creatures as if they're speaking her own language. So it's very it's like very like, oh, like every animal
Oh, we're gonna find a way to use that because boy do I love voice acting animals. I love it.
Yes, you could do is that I'm lost, and then the animals help me. We've all gotten separated. Two of us are lost in a labyrinth, whereas Kat's character is just fine, and
Yeah.
then there's squirrels or something. That'd be cute.
Or you weren't lost, and then you started
Yes,
talking
yeah.
to a squirrel and wandered off.
Yeah.
There you go. That works too.
Yeah, so your class each gives you a season ability, which is the last box on the character sheet if you scroll all the way down on the character sheet. Okay, then again going back to the long story short box here, you choose a combat specialty. Now these are not linked to your specific character class. Everybody has access to the same list of combat specialties. There's quite a few of them here, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 if I'm counting correct. But a lot of really cool options here. And again, not as too much of a criticism, Kat, but combat specialty might even lend the wrong connotation, because very few of these actually necessarily focus on the destroy aspect of attacking an enemy.
Oh, that's a holdover from the old system. I hadn't even thought of that. You got me. You got me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something I need to fix in next edition. Because you're right. These are crisis specialties.
Yeah, have we picked out a crisis specialty? I know for my own character I mocked up, I went with Emissary. So against noble demons or its lesser demons, the difficulty to redirect is reduced by 2. So my character is more adept at speaking with and manipulating the demons.
Yeah.
No, Kat, go ahead.
Marius is a strategist. Whenever he rolls tactics, whether it's the first advantage pool roll, or when he rolls to add to the advantage pool with tactics, he gets an additional 2 successes.
Got to keep that advantage pool up. That's going to be helpful.
Yes. He's a tactician.
I was kind of torn between a couple of them. Like I
Sure.
hadn't quite picked my final one. Strategist was on that list. I might remove that since we already have that covered, but I also liked outnumbered and stealth.
Ooh.
Yeah. So outnumbered is as long as you and your allies are outnumbered by 2 to 1 or more, you gain an extra action every turn. And stealth is when you're concealed from target, the GM cannot offer your noticed as an edge success condition. And the GM, I get slapped for that one a couple times. And Nick's like, remember, they can't notice me.
That's this like, version of I have dark vision.
Yeah, that's exactly what I get my hand slapped on that one a couple times.
Donna, did you pick yours?
Yes, I did, and it ties into her backstory, which is what I was like, very conscious of.
I had what I thought you were going to pick. What did you pick?
Oh no, this is probably not accurate. I chose because I made it for her I made up her backstory especially for this, so then it's Purifier. Did you have Pacifist?
Pacifist. Okay.
Did you have it as Pacifist? Because I chose Purifier.
I was actually thinking because your character is so reticent to scatter, you might go with Clear-headed.
I was also thinking about that, but then I was like, maybe it's too combat oriented. But then also, I mean, I guess ironically, Purifier is like combat oriented. So Purifier is like against a horror, the difficulty for you to destroy is reduced by 2. And so this is kind of into character creation, but one of the questions when you think about and like when you're expanding and building your character for Windswept Cavalier is like not one of the questions is like one of the things that you can have is like a family that misses you, and I thought that was really interesting. And so then when I was looking at like the places that characters could be from, one of them is forgive me if I pronounce this incorrectly. I think it's a rhyme hold,
Yeah,
or yeah,
Ramos.
rhyme hold, right? And so then you can have
just
these like
sounds
close
cold.
calls with horrors.
Just the word makes me
Yeah.
cold. Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, and so then no, you're good. It is a cold feeling. And so then the idea was that she like left her family behind and like went on this massive journey to become a ranger because there's one too many close calls with these horrors. And so then, she did the whole pilgrimage and everything, but like unfortunately, due to her becoming a ranger and like helping people and like devoting herself to dealing with these horrors, she has like been unable to actually go back to her family and like see her family and like deal with the horrors there because so many people around need her. So
like
that was where I was going. But I did look at Clear Headed and I was like,
Yeah.
that would also
I mean,
be
they're
tasty.
all of
but-
these crisis specialties,
Yeah.
sound great. They all have their own
Mhm.
little ways that they can definitely help, and they're all very evocative for when you create your character, the aspect of your character.
Yeah. I love playing pacifists. Pacifist is a little OP until your GM puts a horror in
Yeah,
your lap and
yeah.
you're like, well,
You're not talking your way out of this one.
yeah, I'm not. I can't.
Yeah,
I can't negotiate with a
I
memory
do
of trauma.
really like
I guess.
that you can play through a game as a pacifist, because so many tabletop RPGs, combat is the go-to pillar of the game. So being able to play through the game as somebody who does not involve themselves in hurting other people is a boon to the system for me. So we picked our class.
Yay.
We've looked at spell pieces. We got our season ability, our combat specialty. We've talked a bit about skills. Then you can put points into your facet, your nature, as it is headed on the character sheet. Again, those are those five headings there: the daring, understanding, subtlety, sensitivity, adaptability. You start with 1 point in each of them. So you don't need to worry about zeros or negative modifiers or anything. Everyone has 1 point in them. And I believe, as we said before, just having 1 point in them means that you are still baseline competent in that ability. It doesn't mean you're bad at that ability. You're just as good as anybody else, at least as good as any other ranger with a similar ability score. So you don't need to worry about, I only have a 1 in sensitivity, I must be an uncaring jerk or something like that. You're not hampered mechanically by you're not narratively hampered by the mechanical choices of your attributes, which is really nice. You can play along with them, and that's definitely encouraged, but you don't need to worry about, I can't do this because I have a -2 to this ability score. So you start off with 1 point in each facet, and then you have 5 points to distribute between them. Kat, I don't remember reading through. Is there a maximum you can bring that to? Can you be really like min-maxy and just keep everything at 1 and then put like a score of 7 or 6 in one score?
I did not write.
I don't
any
see
rules
why
about
you
that,
would.
So you can.
But
Yeah. You can, and honestly, I think that's more a roleplay
Yeah.
challenge than anything. I think if you're trying to min-max in this game, it's like, well,
yeah,
now
I mean
everything
this
you do
isn't the
has to be
game for
daring.
min-maxing like that.
Because you're not good at not being daring, so you have to solve your problems with direct
Which-
action at all times, which
It
actually sounds
definitely
pretty
could be. Definitely be definitely be an interesting character to have traveling along.
Yeah.
Yeah, but adding a point here, 2 points there, another point in another one, making a nice, well-rounded character, seems to be a good way to go. Did anyone put any of their scores all the way up to
Yeah.
like 4 or above? No, I didn't think so.
No.
No,
Yeah.
I've got a couple 3s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My distribution is 2 1s, 1 2,
Yep.
and then 2 3s.
Same.
That seems to be the go-to.
What?
Yep.
We're the best.
Yep.
We're the best.
Nice,
We're a good
nice,
team.
well-rounded, arc there of facets.
Yeah.
Um,
What are everybody's threes?
So my threes are in sensitivity and adaptability.
Nice.
I went with subtlety and adaptability.
I went with
All right.
understanding and adaptability.
we got an adaptable party. Yeah.
We're so adaptable.
Nothing
Alright.
phases this
Man, those
party.
advantage pools are gonna be high. with
They're gonna
with the
be.
tactics and
Especially.
yeah, adaptability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I did choose clear headed,
Yeah,
then we'd have an
yeah.
additional two.
Like, all right.
So maybe
Yeah.
it's working out.
Powerfully
Nice,
adaptable
nice.
party.
Not daring at
Nothing
all, though.
shakes them. Yeah. No.
Not
One.
very party.
Awesome. Awesome. All right.
I like how we didn't discuss where we're
We
gonna
did
put
not.
our. We didn't do any of that. We're just like, oh, let's all. But look at us, just the same way.
That's going to be an interesting group to play along with.
Please, one of you take an action.
One of you do something. You can't all sit there and
I would rather think
strategize
about
it.
I would rather think about it. Donna's character would rather kind of like feel the way through the environment about it. And Pat's
Yeah.
character would rather sneak about it. None of us
Yeah.
want to none of us want to do anything about it. I have studying
My
to
action
do.
is going to be tricking the
Sure,
horror
right.
into ignoring us.
So,
I would
so
very
when
much
I
like to
when I
study this
have
one.
a hulking automaton coming charging towards the group,
We'll just sit there
hold
and
on
study
one,
it.
one
or sneak
second, Mr.
around it,
Automaton.
or
We
all
need to
that.
figure you out first. Just chill.
Please sit still. I can't
Love
study you
it.
properly. You keep moving.
Now, I'll spend the scatter to use the spells to make us invisible
Yeah.
while they study it, and then
That's
we'll
There you
discuss
go.
the
your
plan.
noodle.
That's
There you
it.
go.
Your noodle. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, I mean,
We're good.
every problem will be solved now.
No, I think that's going to be great because oftentimes bludgeoning things is the least interesting way to solve a problem.
I know one of them just pointed it out in chat, but I've been running this game for these two for 2 years now. They've had exactly one combat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything else they've managed to either talk their way out of
Mm.
or luck their way out of.
Yes.
Very good.
I thought I had a low combat ratio.
Well, by comparison, the other group I'm running for regularly sacrifices their enemies to carnivorous trees that give them powers. So
Mm.
It all comes down to the
Very
group.
cool.
Yeah.
You win some, you lose some.
yeah,
Well, I'm glad I don't have a team full of murder hobos.
What if it was like the different way? Instead of all of us having 3 in adaptability, we all had 3 in
Yeah.
daring, and we're just like, yeah.
the
Oh,
party
yeah.
of YOLO.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally the exact opposite mood.
Okay. So, yeah, we got that's a good segue into choosing your key. So next to spell pieces on the character sheet is where you would put down your key or key motivations for your character. And as I said before, there's no menu to choose from. These are 5 main emotions, 5 main motivators for your character that you can draw deep upon yourself for in times of crisis to bolster yourself. So we talked a little bit about that before. I know, Kat, you shared yours. I shared my super depressing
Yeah.
list of keys.
Yeah, that's good.
What else? Donna, did you choose your 5 key motivators? What do you got?
Okay, I have honesty, compassionate, trusting, conscientious,
Mm.
and family. And it's actually really funny that I can't pronounce conscientious. I was like,
Not
but
an
yeah,
easy
so
one.
not an easy word, a little SAT vocabulary over there. But yeah, so I think it was like when I was building it, I was like, for like honesty, it's like her struggles with like actually being honest, I think is like
Yeah.
a big thing where it's like she like should be kind of like, hey, like I don't really want to do this right now, but like she probably just keeps it all inside, and so like a main motivation would be like being honest, and like I think a big part of her growth and her character is like being honest with like herself,
Mm.
and then also being honest with like others. And then compassionate and trusting is just like, oh, like I guess trusting could also be like a bit of naivete. And then conscientious, like how she views the world and how she's very, very aware of like people's opinions of her and like people's reactions to things she does. And then family is just like it's a nice, wholesome, like oh, like, and it doesn't just mean like blood related. It
Yeah.
also means like found
Yeah.
family and friends and that sort of thing.
Yeah. I really like that in a lot of situations, honesty and compassion are often kind of a little opposed.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I can see this character being in situations where she needs to choose between honesty and compassion, and I like that a great deal.
And a great way to help you
Me
choose is how
too.
much scatter do you have?
Yeah, I
You're topping out your scatter. You might not be as compassionate. You might just need to be like, hey, dude, you are too loud right now. I'm not listening to you.
You're at a 100. I need you to be at like a -50.
I have 4 out of the 5 of mine. I'm still
Yeah.
trying to hammer out what that last one's going to be, but they're a little bit like almost contradictory in
That's
some
the
ways.
best. Yeah.
But
Yes.
I like curiosity, empathy, intrigue, and caution.
Mm.
Ooh.
Like I have a desperate need to know, but I have a desperate need to
Mhm.
be safe about it.
Nice.
Oh, I like that a
I'm
lot.
looking forward to how each of you decide to call on these key motivators, because the onus is really on you guys as to how you're going to use the key. And I know
Yep.
there's other systems that use a similar rule with keywords that define how a character is and how they should act in a situation. Some of those games put that emphasis on the GM to force characters to into situations that would use those up. And I think you can do that in this game to an extent, but I think it really falls to the players to think about how those keywords are going to affect not only their playstyle, but how they're going to draw upon them narratively to get that mechanical bonus. So I'm looking forward to see how you draw on some of these words. And that's your character. We went over character creation, provided a number of examples for 3 different characters in half an hour. Real easy, yeah, real easy in this game.
We did it.
Yeah.
I think the only other thing on the character sheet we haven't talked about was the lesson. There's a section for lesson, which really only plays into when you're doing a longer form game where you have personal character arcs, which is unfortunately not something we're going to be able to showcase on the demo play because it's only four episodes. But each character should have a lesson that they want to work through, a lesson they want to learn, and explore, a way of building into your character and building into the story that you are telling through your character, building in character development, which I think is really nice that that's encouraged in character creation from the start, especially in longer form games when that lesson is integral to you actually completing your character arc. So I know where we are at time, but Kat, do you have a fun example of a lesson and how that would work out through successfully getting through a personal story arc?
Well, I gave Marius the lesson people are stronger than you think. Because I looked at his key and the last 3 words are devotion, duty, and confidence. So he's the kind of person who feels like he's capable and he needs to protect people who aren't. And so I think it would be good to tell a story about that kind of character learning to trust people to take care of themselves, that like not everyone needs him to be their stalwart defender at all times, to have a little more faith in other
That's something that
people
you
as
could
well.
definitely play off of with the other characters. Like, I don't need you to stand up for me. I'm a ranger too, buddy.
Yeah. And that's he's a character who I decided kind of based on his backstory has a lot of an idea of obligation to protect others that he needs to
Mhm.
kind of ease up on. So that's his
All right.
lesson. Um for the season 2 lesson for Nick's character Cobb on Sword of Symphonies is the captain is more than just the figurehead. And so we played out a story about him taking care of the cabin boy. And like he wasn't even in that arc. He was just doing little side stuff, going on a fishing trip with his son, being like, I'm not just here to be a daring pirate captain. I'm also here to take
Mhm.
care of the people I love. And that was actually really beautiful.
Nice. Yeah, so there's
Yeah.
a section on advancement on page 26 of the rulebook that talks about how you start a season, how you would go about character development during the season, and then how the season would end. Some good examples there, and then talking about how you would start later seasons if you want a quick glimpse into how you would design and outline that, both from a GM's perspective of how you plan that story arc, and from a player's perspective as how you go about thinking over the course of that story arc. So again, a game that bakes in narrative exploration of yourself and the environment into the basis of the game. Okay, well, that puts us at time. That puts us at the end of the character sheet, and we talked about all the rules. So I think that's what we got for today. Any final words from anyone? Any final questions from chat?
Just the words. Just the words I've been saying the whole
Excited.
time, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
Love it.
So excited.
All right. So we will leave it at that. I hope you found this video inspirational and educational. It will be going up on YouTube on it's Sunday. I'm so used to streaming on Saturdays and saying it will be up on Monday. But there's a 24-hour wait period, so this will be going up sometime on Tuesday. So you will be able to catch that on YouTube. Then let me go ahead and drop the link tree once more with all of my links. You're already here on Twitch, so you don't need to worry about that one, but you can go check out the YouTube. I'm going to be building a playlist for this season 2 of RPGs Uncovered. There's a playlist of season 1, so you can get all the bite-sized tutorials for Veil of the Void there, as well as the demo play series for that, which was just so fun to play through. And all of this will be coming to YouTube. There's also a link to my Twitter and our Discord, so you can come hang out with us there. These 3 lovely people are already on our Discord, so you can drop in, say hello, talk about the game, talk about the characters, just engage and have fun. Like I said at the opening of this, we have a fairly large and growing community of other creators, indie game creators. So that's what RPGs Uncovered is all about, highlighting, supporting, and teaching new indie games. So there are a lot of really great creators on our Discord. So if you're looking for a new game, we have all kinds of flavors. So hop in on the Discord, say hello to people, check out the different links that are available for games that are up there. We have a channel just dedicated to memes, which I've never got into memes, but if you want a good laugh, there's always something being posted there. And of course, if you want to support the show, if you like what we're doing and you want to see more of this, you want to see more games featured on RPGs Uncovered, you want more tutorials, you want more explanations, examples, demo plays, I humbly suggest you might check out the Ko-Fi or the Patreon. There's a number of great goodies up there. After shows will be coming. Character sheets and bios will be coming. Adversaries and obstacle sheets and information will be coming, and depending on a number of things, perhaps an adventure you could potentially run, or at least inspiration for an adventure you can run in Heroic Chord. So there's a number of things you can check out there, and any support we get through that will go straight back into the stream, for things like buying new systems, because I really like to support the creators and buy the systems whenever I can. Buying art, I would love to get character art for the characters that are created, but character art is expensive and takes a while, so maybe not for this season, unfortunately. But if you want to see some art for upcoming seasons, that's a budget for that. And just, quality of life sort of stuff, improvements. Anyway, all the links are there. You can come hang out with me on the Discord and the Twitter. Let me throw it back to everybody else. You have their Twitter handles up on the overlay, so you can go hang out with them over on Twitter. They are on the Discord, as I said. Let's just throw it back to you guys as a goodbye. Kat, you have anything you wanna point out for the people at the end of the show here?
Same thing I pointed out at the top of the show, which is Solo But Not Alone is still running. If you like single-player TTRPGs, or you just want a good excuse to donate $10 to suicide prevention organization Jasper's Game Day, you can buy 101 single-player TTRPGs for that price, and I even made the designers fill out a spreadsheet so that you can
Nice.
find your new favorite. So it would mean a lot to me if you would do that. I'm putting the link in chat. And I'm writing please with a W, and that's
Alright.
how you know I'm serious. Mwah. Get you next time.
All right. Donna, I know you do some projects on your own. Do you have anything you have coming up you'd like to point out for our lovely audience here?
Sure, yes. So, hello everyone. As I said on the top of the show, I am a voice actress, so you can find me in a couple of podcasts. I recommend following my Twitter at Shabro just to, see what I'm in, and then check out something really cool. I'm being a part of some really, really, really cool stuff in the future. So, I mean, including this. But since y'all are here, the other stuff that you can find me in, if you liked my reactions or slash peanut gallery moments, or if you just like how I talk, you can find me at anywhere that I link to from
And
my
that
Twitter
that
at
is the
Shabro.
key aspect to being a streamer or a YouTuber. People have to like how you talk, because that's most of what we do.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Speaking
Yeah.
of upcoming streamers and YouTubers, Pat, you're going to be joining us at some point.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, this is my streaming debut, but I have a lot of plans coming up. I don't have anything active right now, so if you want an update on what I'm doing later, you have to come back for the next show and possibly the show after that until I actually have a plan that I can tell you about. But, for now, you can find me here. Soon I'll be on Twitch as Badger the Cynic, streaming my own tabletop games, and also possibly some variety streaming, possibly some older retro games, things like that. And of course, I'm on Twitter as Badger the Cynic, where I'll add updates as my plans
All
become
right.
a little more tangible.
Very good. Yeah. So if you want to see more Pat, you have to keep coming back, because I got him first. All right. Yeah, that's where we're going to end it. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We had a real nice time in chat today. Thank you all for hanging out, asking questions, being engaged, talking about things. Really enjoy that. Go check all the links that were dropped. And yeah, as we said before, the tagline for RPGs Uncovered. I am very excited for what is to come. Next week we have the first episode of our demo play series entitled The Creeping Tangle. So I'm going to be spending the rest of the week refining that. Might get to the first of the bite-sized tutorials this week, but those will be coming to Ko-Fi, Patreon, YouTube, all for free. Within the next coming weeks, we got 5 more weeks of this, to the end of the season. So plenty of things coming ahead for much more short form, easily digestible rules explanations and examples. So keep an eye out for that. In the meantime, we will see you next week for the first episode of our demo play series and the introduction to 3 amazing characters and the journey of exploration and self-exploration that they're going to go through. So until then,
Yay!
everybody have a great evening.
Yay.
Everybody have a great week. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. Keep having fun. Keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more RPGs Uncovered content. And we'll see you next week for more Heroic Chord. Goodbye, everybody.
Now I wave?
Yes.
Ah.